The House will come to order. Calendar for the day. The first bill on the calendar for the day is House File 1079. The clerk will report the bill.
House File number 1079, number 2 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to state government, the second engrossment.
I call on the member from Ramsey, Representative Lillie, to explain your bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Feels a bit odd to be on the floor. So House File 1079 is the Omnibus Legacy Finance Bill, and happy to be here today. It's my second time on the House floor this year, so forgive me, and I'm trying to adjust to the new reader kind of situation. But in 2008, the voters of Minnesota passed a constitutional amendment to tax themselves 3/8 of 1%, and this money goes to some amazing programs all over the state. It goes into our habitat, protecting that and restoring. It goes into clean water. It goes into Minnesota's parks and trails, and it also goes into arts and cultural heritage area. There's been some incredible surveys that have been done, and this legacy amendment continues to be very popular. And as you'll find, this bill kind of journeys down the same path that we've seen the last couple terms, primarily with some variations, but continues the great work that was set off by Representative Murphy and Gunther and Erdahl. I think he's here somewhere. There he is, a new seat. I'm used to being right next to him. And who did I miss? Oh, Phyllis Kahn, I think. So anyways, it's quite similar. What we found in the last couple of years, and I'm sure you've been following the news, we hear this, this isn't funded by the general fund, this is funded by sales tax, and many people are home buying more and more things on the internet and making purchases, and so the revenue that we get as a state has gone up quite a bit in this area, so we're at about $650 million. And this money goes all over Minnesota and serves it well. But I'm going to start off, there's basically 4 categories, and I'm going to start with the Lessard Sam's part, and that's 33% of the money. And that's funded, just so you know, there will be a bill this year that we're working on right now, hear this, and then there's another bill that'll come next year, so they're an annual, and the rest of the funds will be every, the biennium. So what happens is there's a Lessard Sam's Council, and it's made up of members. Representative Becker Finn and Representative Hausman are on there representing us. And there's I'm just getting used to seeing people. It's kind of fun. I miss everybody. Everybody's laughing at me so then what they do is they have a board of citizens, and they look at proposals, and honestly the proposals are about 6 inches thick, and these things are all over the state, and they whittle it down to come up with a proposal. So this bill, as you're seeing today, is basically tightly aligned with their proposals. We found that and includes it the proposals that they did. They do a good work, and apparently they've sent out information to all the members. I checked in with them today as far as they're starting to do applications for next year, and if you know of something in your area, please feel free to suggest something. Again, these go to all corners of the state for habitat restoration and buying some land, as we might hear about later, and restoring and protecting, but it's basically for hunting and fishing and restoring habitat all over Minnesota. And we added, there was, as I mentioned in the beginning, there was some money that we went with their suggestions, and then at the bottom line, there was some extra money that came in with that last forecast. So we spent some of that for grants that would go towards people that haven't had maybe access to these funds in the past, and trying to encourage knocking on different doors that we might not have been aware of this money. I know they're trying to do a great job of reaching out, but this is hopefully reaching out to new groups that have never seen some of this money. So that's, and keep in mind, these are all, there's many citizens on there, like Ron Shera and some other people, so it's kind of fun when you watch him on his TV show and to think that he's volunteering to serve Minnesota, and they come forward with these proposals, and they're really good. So moving on to the clean water part of the bill, the clean water part is also 33%, and it's funded, as I mentioned, for the biennium, so it's quite a bit of money. It's 200 and some million dollars. And these are going to projects. They also have a council, clean water council, and we're very closely aligned with these council recommendations. But we also we did a few tweaks, so we can get into those later or talk about them. But there's basically, this is closely aligned with the governor's proposal and the council. Again, that council is made up of members of the House and the Senate, and also has members of the citizens from all over the state of Minnesota, with the agencies that are helping to make these decisions. And it's pretty neat. I mean, during these last few years, you can see that they've really, if you get a chance to go up to Duluth, there's money in here, and through the last few years that's cleaned up that harbor up there, and it's just greatly improved. I mean, they talk about these huge sturgeon that are out there, and I mean, that's just one example. And these projects are working with farmers all over the state of Minnesota to clean up the water. And in the metro here, there's a trout stream they did here pretty close, like within a mile of here, and cleaning up ditches, and but there's all sorts of things in the bill that are really good. We added some things on, if you're following the news, there's quite a bit of issues on microplastics, and so we added some of that in, and that's actually really a good thing to to figure out some of this. And then we added some funds in for chronic wasting disease to test the water, and so these are some of the things that we added in, and I just think it's just minor tweaks to the Clean Water Council recommendations. There's also a River Watch program, and we're pretty excited about that, and we can hear more about that maybe later, but we had members from both sides of the aisle, and this is an opportunity to get kids on the water, and it's really a neat program. So moving on to the Parks and Trails portion of the bill, it's 14.75% of the bill. And a couple years ago, I was kind of lucky. I wasn't chair at the time, but maybe Representative Erdahl was. There was, I think he might have spearheaded kind of this Peace in the Valley. There's an agreement, and it's kind of been going on. It's a gentle persons agreement. So the DNR gets 40%, Greater Minnesota gets 20%, and the Metropolitan Council area gets 40%. And it's amazing. They all came in together and they presented the bill together, and they really did a nice job of the projects. And what they're doing is they're really connecting all the systems. So we know the treasures up in, that already exist, like up in Representative Hausman's area, the Cayuga, and down in David's area. We know about, like all the Harmony trails and all that, but this stuff's going all over the state. I mean, there's just amazing things. And so this is building on it. I mean, it's millions of dollars every year going into enhancing these projects, and really nice work all over our state that we all can be very proud of. And I would imagine you have some right in your area, in your district, and you probably don't even know it. But and thank you, Representative Erdahl, for making that a little bit more of a happy place, because as chair, it was good. And just with the COVID thing, with everything going on right now, one of the if you would argue, one of the upsides is our parks and trails in Minnesota. People are getting outside. I'm sure you've noticed it. I mean, of course, it's been not too great the last few days, but people have definitely been getting out, and they're using this. And every one of our neighbors, and you just see it, the pressure, and millions and millions, like in just the Minneapolis system alone, but it's all over the state when you travel and you see people out enjoying the parks and trails. So I'm pretty proud of the work that we all should be proud, not just me, but we all should be proud of the work we're doing. So now on to the arts and cultural part of the fund. It's 19.25%. And it's actually a pretty neat area of the fund. Almost half of the money goes to our arts boards and arts organizations, from the biggest of the big in Minnesota to the smallest. And we have this the arts board that luckily we're not making these decisions because there's over 2,500 grants that are going out every biennium to different organizations, and these are all over. So, I mean, just amazing work that you'd see, I'm sure, in your districts that is going on with these arts funds. And just to backtrack for a second, the bill's pretty thick itself. But a third of it is almost made up of a lot of COVID-related extensions and those sort of things, which we'll be seeing, I'm sure, as all the other bills come through and down the pike. But let's be honest, the arts community has really suffered in the last few years. We've seen, obviously, you can't put a show on or whatever, so we're a lot of impact has been in all this whole arts and cultural, especially. So at the one side, you see parks and trails going through the roof and a lot of use and wear and tear, and then there is, on the flip side here in the arts, we're struggling with COVID. It's I talked to a leader today, and it's, just to put a play up takes 18 months before it actually, say today they decide that you can open up. I mean, it's going to take 18 months before you can get people in there and sitting in the seats. So there's also quite a bit of money that goes to our Historical Society for grants, and this goes all over the state. And in the Historical Society area, of course, I know this will come as a great surprise, there's this Litchfield Opera House is in there. Phase 7, I think. No, it's a neat project, and if you've ever had an opportunity to get out there. So we also, switching on to the libraries, we fund quite a bit of money towards the libraries of Minnesota. And again, there's some amazing programming that happens, and the libraries are all over the place, and there's just some of these amazing programs going on in the libraries. And so then we're getting down to, I'm almost done, sorry. But there's so many amazing things that are going on with these funds. Public radio and public TV. And an example, like with the public TV, I really challenge all the members to take a look. This was paid for by Legacy Fund, was the piece that was done by Jim Crow of the North. And take a look at that. And that was funded by Legacy money. And that's just an example. And it's just a wonderful piece of kind of telling a part of the dark side of Minnesota, our history, which I quite honestly didn't know. And we all could learn something from that. But that was funded by Legacy. There's some neat new things. I mean, there's science museums, there are traditional ones, Science Museum and children's museums. And we're trying to help the main one in St. Paul, but children's museums all over the state of Minnesota. And then Appetite for Change. What a neat program. So hopefully one of our members can tell you a little bit more about that later. And zoos, there's money for our zoos if you care anything about animals or love them. So the Minnesota Zoo, we're deeply committed to that. And the Duluth Zoo and the Minnesota Zoo, Children's Museums, I mentioned that. But, and now to get into, last biennium we were able to start some cultural equity grants. And we had a commitment to it as a House, and our committee really met a lot and had a lot of deep discussion, and we decided to grow that fund quite a bit. It's gone from about $1.5 million up to over $7 million, and we're super excited, and I hope some of the members can speak to that, but there's some amazing opportunities for some of our cultural groups that just haven't had access to these funds in the past, and I was really happy to see it's in the Senate bill as well to a robust level, and hopefully we can get them closer to our number. And but these are some great projects. So there's some language that's kind of tucked in here, and we're just to be honest, we're trying to encourage people to get jobs in all these funds. So you'll kind of see the language throughout. We want people, out and exploring these and maybe have careers or opportunities. So we ramped up the Conservation Corps again and try to be committed to them, and then also having a little bit more of an equity spin on it so that they're hiring people that don't normally have opportunities or even know that they exist, and maybe become build a trail or to work in the arts area. So I'm super excited about that, and so the bill is good. I had a very strong committee, and thank you to Representative Green and your team. I was really, sometimes I wonder if, people think that he honestly doesn't like legacy or anything. I don't know if that's true or not, but I know that he cares about this body and the money we spent, and I deeply respect him for asking hard questions, and his team and our team too. We really stepped up on both sides of the aisle and challenged everybody this year even more, because there are some people that kind of get lulled to sleep a little bit. They might get money year after year. We're in we're kind of, I call it like halftime. We're in about the 13th year of the 25-year deal, and I think we all on both sides of the aisle really stepped up and challenged the people to look at themselves and answer questions of how they're spending the money and what they're doing with it. So with that, I think I'll sit down, and I know there's some amendments, but I have other members that I'm hoping that can talk deeper into the bill. But thank you, Madam Speaker and members, and I think it's a bill that we all can be proud of.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erdahl moves to amend House File Number 1079, the second engrossment. The amendment is coded A13.
The member from Meeker, Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. The proposed social studies standards currently under review are calling for a lot of emphasis on Indigenous culture and history. There is no curriculum for this, and only a handful of people in the state with the knowledge to teach it. Representative Dabney, in his Education Omnibus bill, does address this, but the language provides guidelines for what the standards should be. In my interpretation, it doesn't create a curriculum. I'm asking for $25,000 to do this. This relatively small appropriation actually spends money to develop Indian-made history curriculum. Now, this request came from the Fond du Lac Band and was supported by their chairman. The chairman of the Minnesota Indian Affairs Council also supports this. What I'm trying to do is to get American Indian curriculum actually developed by American Indians. I would ask Chair Lillie that you accept this and that you work with Representative Dabney to ensure that the goal that I think we all have is addressed. Thank you.
Representative Lillie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Erdahl. I'm glad we had an opportunity to visit again just a few minutes ago on this, and I'm happy to accept this amendment, and we can continue to work on this. And I know you have I've had some inquiries to Chair Daphne, and so hopefully we can get it the way that will be better for everybody. Thank you, sir.
Any
Encourage
further
a green vote.
discussion to the Erdahl A13 amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Green moves to amend House File Number 1079, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A12.
There is an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Green moves to amend his amendment to House File Number 1079, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A18.
Members, Representative Green is moving his amendment. This amendment to the amendment did not make the pre-filing deadline. However, pursuant to Rule 3.33, paragraph C, I have determined that this is a technical amendment correcting a drafting error. Representative Green.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and that is correct. There was a slight error in the final calculation. It will not change the amount of money that's allotted, and I would appreciate a yes vote.
All those in favor of the Green amendment to the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those who are opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment to the amendment is adopted. On the underlying amendment as amended, Representative Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The A12 amendment was actually in the form of a bill, and it was brought to me by the Coalition of Allied Coalition of Allied Vietnam War Veterans. The coalition is an international coalition of foreign national, United States military, and agency veterans, and they're headquartered in St. Paul. In your packets today, or at least I hope that they got out, I think I got them out in time, but in the packets today, there's a lot of letters of support, and I hope you've had time to look through those letters. The bill appropriates $9 million, and we've taken the money out of the Historical Society, and then half of it out of the Historical Society over 2 years, and the other half out of public television over 2 years. And what this bill will do, it will allow this coalition to put together a documentary. It's a 9-part documentary, and it is designed to tell the story of all the Southeast Asian veterans that fought alongside our troops in Vietnam. There was a public television had put out a documentary a few years ago, but a lot of the groups that came to me with this bill felt that they were left out of that documentary, and they were pretty passionate. And if you've read the testimony, you'll see what I mean by that. They have said that they're going to take all this money and spend it in Minnesota, which is one of the main things that we look for when we try to spend legacy funds. They've got almost everything in place. In fact, they do have everything in place, but they have a director ready to go and a producer. And one of the reasons that this is brought now, I tried to bring it last year, but I got it in too late, and then this year, because of COVID, was a little late, but this time is of the essence on this bill, because they want to finish this project by 2025, which would be the 50th anniversary of the end of the Vietnam War. And it's also important because these folks are getting older, and they're afraid that if they wait too much longer, a lot of their stories will be lost. And so as we bring this forward, and like I said, I hope you've had time to read the amendments, or excuse me, the testimony, and I would stand for questions, and I would ask for a roll call on this, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam
Representative
Speaker.
Green requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Lillie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Green. I'm not as worried, that it came late in the session. I appreciate that. My concerns are different than that a little bit. It just so members know, Ken Burns, I think it was, did a big story, and back when we could meet in person, I had an opportunity to meet some of these generals that came in, and a person with them, and I kind of heard about this. It's a little bit of a I just don't, it's such a large number. I mean, it's like 9 million, and I mentioned, it's coming out of Historical Society, which is doing good work all over the state, and public TV. So it's just not totally fleshed out. And then, so last time when you were bringing it, Representative Green, I think it was 300,000. And then during the biennium, or in committee, you had talked, it was 6 million, and now we're up to 9 million. So, I mean, I don't want to be, it just doesn't seem like it's totally flushed out yet. And I'm not totally against trying to figure out a way to navigate to have you and figure out these guys and people be successful, but it just doesn't seem like it's quite there ready. And I appreciate you bringing it forward. I would encourage members at this time probably to, not probably, but I just encourage members to vote it down. Thank you, Representative Green.
Any further discussion to the Green amendments? Representative Green.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will answer those questions. The reason that you saw the number increase was when I first brought it forward, we were trying to break it up into years so that we could take some each year. And the bill still does the same thing. It's just that because of the time constraints, we're running out of time, and so we need to move that forward a little quicker. The part about the Historical Society, this is what the Historical Society should be doing. And so we're not really taking anything away from the Historical Society, Mr. Chair, but what we're doing is actually doing what the legislature should do, which is we're getting more involved in the projects that we're picking. We're looking at projects and saying, yes, we as a legislator either approve or disapprove this. And so that's what this vote is. Will the legislature look at this and say, yes, this is a worthy cause, and we believe it should fit in these parameters that were set forward for legacy? And I believe that that's exactly what it does. Or are we saying that, no, we're just going to bypass this and run the risk of allowing some of these stories to disappear into history? So I hope the members of the House will reconsider and adopt this amendment. Thank you.
The member from Lyon, Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Representative Swedzinski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I just rise in support of the Green amendment. I think this is an opportunity, Representative Lillie mentioned early in his comments talking about, underserved or underutilized people and the need to talk and tell their stories and have access to these dollars. We're in the 13th year. And I think among a lot of these communities, my guess would be that very few dollars have been spent in these particular communities that Representative Green addresses. And I think, obviously we're still in the process. The bills that are coming out of the Senate, the bills that are going to be coming out of the House are going to be different. The visions of the Senate and the House will be different, and the governor's office. And I think Representative Green really has done his work. He has reached out to communities that have been underserved in the past. And, I think they deserve that their story be told. And I think we all have an opportunity today not to vote against historical societies, but to vote for people that fought for our opportunities here in America. And I don't think you should view this vote as anti-historical society. You should look at it as an opportunity to support communities of color, communities that have maybe not had their story told. And that's obvious. I think if you look at the testimony that's provided by Representative Green, it is a great opportunity to tell their story. And I think it's one that's been missed in past documentaries. And whether it's $5 million or $9 million when it's all said and done, or $2, I think we can just stand here and just make a vote in positive that is in support of this amendment. And I would support members to not view this as a gotcha, not view this as an opportunity to stand against your historical societies, but allow the legislature to have a proper role in this process. And I support it, and I appreciate Representative Green for bringing it forward. Thank you very much.
The member from Washington, Representative Detmer.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Green, for bringing this forward. A little history here. As my time in the legislature, I've been working with different veterans groups that have come into my office over the years, and the Hmong group that has come to my office over the years, and also this Southeast Asian group that has come. And the group that we're talking about have been kind of set off to the back burner, so to speak, by the legislature. I really believe this is something we should be doing for this group. If you talk to a lot of our American veterans who served during the Vietnam War, this group played a big role in helping our soldiers, aircraft that have been shot down, and they saved a lot of our pilots during this time frame. And then they sacrificed a lot of their own families during this time. And I really believe that bringing this to our attention to the state of Minnesota and allowing them to tell their story would be a great thing for our state of Minnesota. So thank you, Representative Green and Representative Lillie. I hope that we can work this out, because this group needs to have their recognition like other groups have. Thank you.
Representative Lillie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Representatives. Having served a few terms with Representative Green, I know he's not a game player. This is from his heart. When I don't usually get up, I think it's a bad idea after to stir the pot, but I just want to say that there's so many good things in here for veterans, and thank you, Representative Detmer and others in here that have children or serve themselves. Thank you. But there's some really great things that we've done for veterans, and the Veterans Voices program, we all should be proud of through this Humanities Society. And I think Representative Erdahl started that. I'm not certain, but there's some really good things in here that is happening for veterans. Representative Anderson has a provision, I didn't mention it, maybe he's gonna, in the third reading, maybe he's gonna talk about, but he's got an opportunity for veterans that are hunting to get out and have some opportunities. So there's all sorts of great things in here for veterans. And I just hope, Representative Green, I'm not done working with you. I want to work with you, and we can figure out a solution if there is one. And there's money on the bottom line that goes into all these cultural grants that we're talking about. They can go after that, or we can help them, to get arts money, or I'm happy to work with you, sir. So, but at this time, I'm gonna speak against this.
Representative Green.
Thank you for all your input here on the House floor. I'm just going to close with this. I know that a lot of times the votes are a pre-drawn conclusion, but I've looked into the faces of these veterans, and I've seen I guess for the lack of a better word, the pain in their eyes that they were promised a chance to get up and have their stories told. They feel that they were slighted in the last go-around. And it's good to say that you'll work with me, and I know that you mean that, but we don't have a lot of time, and that's the bottom line. Time is running out. And a lot of the people that I talk to on this, they don't just consider this a way to simply tell their story, but it's a matter of honor to them. That not so much that they would tell the story, but that they've been left out. And so I really hope that there's enough people reconsider. I don't think we're hurting the Historical Society in any way in this. This is what we do. These are decisions that we make. And as we get more into the legacy bill as we go on, this is going to be kind of a resounding theme for me, that we are the decision makers. People will come to us with advice, recommendations, but we are the ones with the election certificates that make these decisions. And so I would ask everybody for a green vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the Green amendment. Members voting remotely, please vote. Will the clerk please call the roll of those who have not voted yet?
Baker.
Baker votes aye.
Baker, aye. Becker, Finn.
Becker Finn, no.
Becker, Finn, no. Berg. Berg. Davids.
Davids votes aye.
Davids, aye. Damath. Damath, aye. Fisher.
Fisher, no.
Fisher, no. Franzen.
Franson, yes.
Franzen, aye. Gomez.
Gomez, no.
Gomez, no. Grossel.
Grossel, aye.
Grossel, aye. Gruenhagen.
Gruenhagen, aye.
Gruenhagen, aye. Hanson, J.
Hanson J, no.
Hanson, J, no. Hausman.
Hausman, no.
Hausman, no. Hollins.
Hollins, no.
Hollins, no. Katiza Watun.
Katiza Watun, no.
Katiza Watun, no. Kosnick.
Kosnick, aye.
Kosnick, aye. Kreshaw.
Kreshaw, aye.
Kreshaw, aye. Lillie. Lillie, no. Listlegard.
Listlegard, no.
Listlegard, no. Mariani.
Mariani, no.
Mariani, no. Mason.
Mason, no.
Mason, no. Olson, B.
Olson, B, aye.
Olson, B, aye. Pearson.
Pearson, aye.
Pearson, aye. Pinto. Pinto.
Pinto, no.
Pinto.
Pinto, no.
No. Pryor.
Pryor, no.
Pryor, no. Sandsted.
Sandsted, no.
Sandsted, no. Sundin.
Sundin, no.
Sundin, no. Thompson.
Thompson, no.
Thompson, no. Berg.
Berg, no.
Berg, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Green moves to amend House File Number 1079, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A15.
Representative Green.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The A15 amendment is something that I've been actually trying to accomplish for all the years I've been here. We make decisions all the time in Environmental Committee and in Legacy Committee on where to spend money on lands, how we regulate our farmers, how we dole out different penalties and whatever for different even nutrients that we're putting on the land. And one of the things I've asked for the last 9 years is how much nitrogen occurs naturally on these lands. Because nitrogen is not a chemical, nitrogen is a nutrient. And without it, nothing grows. And so what this bill does, it does not add any money or take any money away. It actually puts a project in the legacy bill under the Department of Agriculture. And there's 3 spots in Minnesota that are untouched, basically. One is called the Lost 40. It's 40 acres of timberland that, because of a mix-up in the mapping, I believe it was supposed to be mapped as a lake, but it was actually, so now it's virgin timber and nothing's ever been on it. There's another area in a scientific and natural area, and it's a hardwood forest, but it's in a park. It's also untouched. So one is a pine forest, one's a hardwood forest, and there's another area over in the Blue Mountains area, it's prairie. All 3 of these areas now should be able to give us a good idea of how much nitrogen is occurring naturally on lands that are not farmed, not logged, and not lived on. And so what this amendment does is just simply ask to give us information on this question. How much nitrogen is occurring naturally? It's not any kind of thing to try to go out and damage what we've done. It's just information, that's all. And I think it's important, if we're going to continue to use the statistics that we have coming from our agencies to make policies that affect so many people across the state, mostly farmers, but other people as well, that we know where the starting point is. So, Madam Speaker, that's the amendment. If there's any questions, I'll answer them. But I appreciate a yes vote.
Representative Lillie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Green. I appreciate your effort on this. I'm a little uncomfortable with us getting into deep ag policy and the legacy bill and kind of telling agencies, where the pollution is and different things. I had an opportunity just to I Googled the Blue Mountains Park, and I toured there a couple of years ago, and I forgot be honest, how beautiful it is, and with the buffalo and all that. And I don't know if you had an opportunity to get down there. It's really neat. But on a side note, the Legacy has funded, they've got shuttle buses that are little carts that take people out to see the buffalo, but that's Legacy funded. But that's, I'm going to encourage members to vote no on this, and to let the Ag Committee or the Environment Committee kind of dig deeper and to figure out what the deeper issues on fertilizer or nitrogen or all that. I'm certainly not an expert on it, and I'm pretty sure the rest of my committee, or our committee, isn't quite ready for this yet. Thank you, sir.
The member from Pope, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a very modest request, and I support Representative Green on this. Those of us in ag have wondered, and with good questions, what are the baseline numbers in terms of nutrients in the soil? And again, this very modest request to do some testing on really some virgin ground, I think, is a good starting point to establish what baseline numbers could be in the soils of Minnesota. So, Madam Speaker, I support the Green amendment. Thank you.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Frankly, this is about knowledge, and it's about knowledge of the land undisturbed by man, by people. This is about knowledge of the legacy of the state that is still around. This knowledge will help us understand how things have changed and how things are. The amendments we've been hearing, to me, speak a lot about legacy, whether it was the one about the, having a curriculum and having Indian nations generate, that's about legacy. The amendment about the, documenting the legacy from the Vietnam War and our allies and the people that fought during that conflict, that's legacy. And this is also legacy because it's legacy of the earth. And I would hope that we could support better understanding of this legacy in this pristine land so we can make better decisions, whether in the legislature or in the different departments and agencies. So I'm hoping we can have green votes on this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I don't normally speak on sort of ag-related things, but I was shocked that we don't have a baseline on the amount of nitrogen naturally occurring in our soil, and yet we're making policy year after year regarding what farmers can and cannot put on their soil to make the crops grow. And we're regulating the heck out of it, and we don't even have a baseline? Representative Lillie, I greatly respect you and the work that you do on this committee, but to say that the committees, you know, they're not up to speed on the science, that's why you do a test like this. That's why you do research like this, so that we have something to go on. I don't know why the board wouldn't be completely lit up green on something like this. You know, if we're going to follow the science in all that we do around here, then we shouldn't be, you know, shooting blanks and shooting into the wind on this stuff. We should know what we're dealing with in order to inform our policy moving forward. Again, I'm shocked that we don't have a baseline on nitrogen that's naturally occurring in the soil, and I would just encourage a green vote from every member. Thank you.
Further discussion to the Green A15 amendment. Representative Green.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just need to address a little bit about what Chair Lillie said as far as not getting into the ag. The legacy amendment is already into the ag, Chair Lillie, and one of the things you're going to hear from me later is just how much of the money in legacy is spent on monitoring and strategies and all the other things that don't really ever have an outcome. This particular monitoring will, within the next few years, give us an outcome. It'll give us something that we don't see very often in our legacy bill, which is a conclusion. It may be good for the farmers, it may be bad for the farmers, it may be good for other groups or bad for other groups, but it is information, and that's what we're looking for. So I would hope you'd reconsider and vote yes on this amendment.
Seeing the member from Hennepin, Representative Cleaborn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would just like to say to Representative Green, I appreciate the question that you're asking. I serve on the Agricultural Committee for this House, and I would be willing to work with you on this issue, and maybe even with Representative Anderson going forward in the agricultural bill. So I would welcome an opportunity to have that conversation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Seeing no further discussion, all of those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File Number 1079, as amended.
Third reading as amended. Discussion to the bill. The member from your county is covered up. Representative Keeler.
From Clay. Thank you, Madam Speaker, Chair Lillie, and members. I just want to talk about a couple things because I'm so proud to stand up and represent the area that I'm from. I love the opportunity to invest in our kids. One of the pieces in this bill is around our River Watch program, and so I just want to give a highlight to what this program does and why I think it's so beneficial that we support it in our area. And then also we reached out and worked with Representative Bowe so that he can start to create this opportunity in his community as well. What this does is it gets kids out into nature, and I think we've talked about that a lot in the pandemic and how important that is, but also what it does is it plants the seeds to see possibilities of future professions and how we invest in clean water. And so just really appreciate you allowing us the opportunity to share this program, and I wanted to highlight that. But also, while I'm talking, I want to acknowledge and appreciate Representative Erdahl for all of your work in making sure that we focus on cultural revitalization through language and through our education opportunities. And so I appreciate the work that you're doing and hope that we can continue to focus on this. Thank you.
The member from Pope, Representative Anderson.
You're muted, Paul.
I believe I'm.
We can hear you, Representative Anderson.
Thank you. Gee, that was the best part of my speech too, Madam Speaker. So thank you. Again, appreciate the work of Chair Lillie and the committee, Legacy Committee, for all of the fine things they put into the bill. And the thing he mentioned about helping veterans was an appropriation that we had for those of us here in central Minnesota called Midwest Outdoors Unlimited, where they provide hunting trips for disabled veterans and others. And it's so appreciated by the folks that take part in that. And again, I just want to say thank you for that. But Madam Speaker, I do think I need to highlight some serious shortcomings in the Clean Water Fund appropriations part of this bill. And I'm looking specifically at the funding for our state soil and water conservation districts. You may recall that the SWCDs have received clean water funding in each of the last 3 bienniums in recognition of their critical role in providing the boots on the ground technical assistance all across our state to implement the priorities of the Clean Water Fund. But in this bill, in its first year, it provides $12 million in clean water funds for SWCDs, but it adds some specific priorities for that funding. I don't disagree that working on pesticides and nitrate contamination is important work, but we should not be giving SWCDs half the funding they traditionally receive and then limiting who can receive that funding and what that funding can be used for. The SWCD's capacity grants, which we have provided now for these past 6 years that all SWCDs receive, are our acknowledgement that there are locally identified and state-approved priorities for water quality and soil health all across the state that need to be addressed by our locally elected SWCD boards. Not only does this legislation lay out new criteria for SWCD funding for the first year, but there are no capacity grants provided in the second year of the biennium. And instead, there are 3 smaller grant programs for soil health. And again, worthy issues to work on, but this approach would mean a massive loss of our traditional boots on the ground that we have come to rely on for delivery of the many clean water priorities that we all agree are important here in Minnesota. Putting it plainly and a bit bluntly, this approach for funding is inadequate. It's also misguided and sends a message to our SWCDs all across Minnesota that we cannot get our act together and come together to properly fund the work that we all agree is so critical to our state and the people that enjoy our state. So, Madam Speaker, I rise to bring this to your attention and hope that we can come together with a different funding mechanism for our SWCDs here in Minnesota. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hausman.
Madam Speaker and members, this feels a little weird. This is the first time I'm in here since COVID-19, so bear with me. Madam Speaker and members, I rise today in support of House File 1079, the Legacy Omnibus Bill. I first want to thank Chair Lillie and his team for all the work that they have done. I'll be speaking on the equity provisions in this bill. We're doing direct appropriations to entities that serve BIPOC communities around this state, and that's intentional equity. COVID-19 has shed a light on our structural flows and the historic, systemic, and institutional factors that has contributed to our disparities experienced by BIPOC communities across the state, which is amplified by the fact that we don't have enough voices at the decision-making tables. If you want to make structural change, we must remove all barriers that stand in the way for some members of our communities. In this bill, we're funding cultural and ethnic programs around the state. We're funding projects that teach our different cultures and heritage and celebrate different cultures and heritage. We're allocating funds for the African American Museum, the Somali Museum, the Hmong Museum. We're funding projects that support the inclusion of Black, Indigenous, Latinx, and Asian cultures and heritage. The beauty of our Minnesota culture is our diversity. It's imperative to teach our kids about other cultures and heritage, as it helps expand their worldview and understand others better. I am a strong believer that if communities are not talking to each other, they're talking about one another. Building connections and learning from one another is our strength and should be celebrated every day. The funding in this bill would allow us to preserve our minority communities, cultures, and heritage, and that's why I'm a strong supporter of this bill. I asked for a green vote. Thank you.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Jay Zhang.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank Chair Lillie for working with our BIPOC communities, listening and acting. Members, I stand before you in favor of the legacy bill, which will support great projects on the east side of St. Paul with enormous ramifications for not only arts, culture, and systems, but in the cause of greater equity. The organizations and projects this bill will fund include the Black Arts Center, the Wakan Tipi, Hmong Cultural Center, Hmong SGU Veteran Stories, Two Psych Unites Hmong Museum, Lao Assistance Center, Karen and Thai Arts and Cultural Communities, includes the state's largest Latino-led nonprofit, which works hard to ensure the advancement of social and economic equity and well-being for Latinos in Minnesota. This bill is historic in many ways. The communities of color and indigenous organizations that this bill will support is a first in many ways, which will uplift the long lost, often marginalized and forgotten or oppressed peoples in our communities. Supporting Wakan Tipi will bring back the rich and often forgotten history of the First Nations of our country, the very first people whose lands we stand upon and have given new place names and paved over with roads and sidewalks. It resurrects the rich history and vibrant culture of a people who have been destroyed and continue to be resilient and live among us as neighbors, friends, and colleagues. It will pay homage to the great ancestors of all of us since the dawn of human civilization that had stewarded this land so that we and our children can enjoy its abundance. Supporting the Hmong Cultural Center, Hmong Special Guerrilla Unit, Veteran Stories, Two Psych Unites, the Hmong Museum will ensure that the largest Asian community in St. Paul and in the state has a place to call home and remain a rich gathering place of Hmong history, culture, and arts. Minnesota remains a mecca where scholars, activists, artists, musicians, dancers, cultural healers, and storytellers, professionals and merchants from all over the world have moved to or visit to call home or to see as a cultural destination for Hmong in the entire Western diaspora, if not the world. It was only one generation ago that Minnesota took the title away from California as the state in the union with the largest Hmong American population. And we deserve that title, and we must maintain it. We need to invest in today where we have divested or not historically invested in yesterday. This is a way we can move forward together and uplift everyone. Supporting the Latino organization Clues is the most important and logical thing to do, literally in this moment of a raging global pandemic. This is a once in a century tragedy, and organizations like Clues are uniquely positioned and exist for this very moment to inform and help support their communities to be healthy, safe, and help bring holistic wellness to their clients. Supporting the 30,000 feet Black Arts Center on the East Side will help us address some historical trauma and inequities in our community. We can begin to heal and lift each other by allowing and supporting the African American community in their expressions of art, culture, and joy. If the sovereignty of cultural art is not defended and promoted, maintained and respected, then what to any people is the notion of self-respect and dignity. That's what this is about. I hope that you stand with me, voting green, supporting this historical amendment so that our communities can flourish and be their whole selves and continue to thrive on the east side of St. Paul. And that way we remain a shining city on the hill for what the best of America represents. A place of refuge, a place of welcome and love, and a place where hard work is valued and cultural respect is treasured. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Traverse, Representative Backer.
Yeah, Madam Speaker and members, thank you so much. A couple of things here. I, just like Representative Anderson, is extremely concerned about the funding for soil water conservation districts. What we did back in 2015 and 2017 for the funding made sense. When I talk to constituents in the district I represent, that is what that clean water money was for. And I'm really I'm sad. I mean, I respect the chair of this committee. I do respect him greatly, but I have to say I'm not at all in favor of what's being done. This is what this money was intended for. This is why Minnesotans pay that extra dollars and make that investment for clean water. I'm also concerned that we're not investing some more of that clean water into our communities across the state for wastewater plants. Again, clean water. Doesn't matter what size of the community is, if it's Minneapolis, St. Paul, or Graceville, Minnesota, or Browns Valley, or whatever, and Wheaton. That is what that money is for. So I'm concerned that we've not seen that in this bill. Also, the amount of land that is being purchased is a concern. I was talking to a constituent of mine this afternoon who serves as a county commissioner, and he was sharing me a story in which private citizens were outbidded by the state for land. And in this district that I represent, this large agricultural district that feeds America and send products around the world. That is a concerning. Also, the same gentleman was sharing me times in which private citizens aren't even aware that the land is being purchased by a state agency dealing with funds like this. And this citizen obviously serves as a county commissioner, so he's the closest to the constituents that I represent. So I'm just really continuing to be concerned. And in our area, when you take out land and purchase it through the clean water and purchase lands through the legacy funds, now it takes it off the tax rolls, and now we have less area to fund, to tax, to fund the services that state government demands from our counties. A lot of times the counties can't even say no to it. So with those things there, I am going to be voting against it. Again, I respect the chair on his effort, but those are real concerns that I have with this bill. And thank you, Madam Speaker and members, for your time.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. There are a few of us here who were here when the amendment was passed. Chair Lillie was one of those. The speaker was another. And it's interesting how we look over these 13 years, how quickly the 13 years have gone by. One of the things we learned when we were doing the amendment is it's really important to talk about purpose. It's really important to talk about why we're doing what we're doing. And so in the clean water portion, I want to talk about why we as a group made some changes in the environmental committee. It's been referenced that the soil and water conservation districts have received capacity funding. In committee, we heard this referred to as base funding. The legacy grants, legacy funds, whether they are outdoor heritage, whether they are clean water, whether they're parks, arts, or heritage, are not base funding. They're supposed to be something special. That something special was promoted to the people of Minnesota, emphasized by a child jumping off the dock at a lake in the promotional campaign for the amendment. Something special above, not something to replace, not something to supplement, but something special. In 2015, a large amount of money was taken from the fund to fund soil and water conservation districts, a worthy goal, but it wasn't something special. At the time, it was talked about for buffer compliance. What it became was essentially $100,000 for each soil and water conservation district each year around the state, regardless of size, regardless of need, regardless of population. So what is done in the Clean Water Fund this year, we recognize that after 6 years of receiving millions of dollars in clean water funding, it is hard to stop that. So the first year there is money that's provided, as has been done in the past. But in the second year, the funds are allocated on a grant process for specific purposes, purposes that we believe will actually meet the constitutional requirement of the Clean Water Fund, protect and restore and enhance surface waters, groundwater, and drinking water. The Clean Water Council has done a good job in making recommendations. We made additional recommendations on top of the funds that were allocated by the Clean Water Council because, as Chair Lillie said, more money has come in. Things have changed since the Clean Water Fund and all the other funds were established. At that time, we didn't know about the issue of microplastics. We didn't know that microplastics were showing up in waters and now showing up in people and showing up in our wildlife. So to get a better assessment of this, we asked 2 years ago for the agencies to be looking for microplastics, looking like other states have done and have been done around the world, to get a better assessment with each of the multiple agencies who deal with water in Minnesota to look for microplastics. Because of COVID, that work did not start. But it must start and it must continue, and we must look quickly for the impacts of microplastics because of this hidden small microplastics in water getting in us and getting in wildlife is not something that we want. So that assessment is something new that is needed. In addition, we've had contaminants that have been around for a long time, PFAS, and that are going to be around forever. So we need to look, as other states are starting to do, for establishing a health risk limit for PFAS. In addition, 12, 13 years ago, we didn't know as much about neonicotinoids. They were a new pesticide. Now we know that they're showing up even in deer spleens. So again, what is the health impact in water for having the Department of Health establish health risk limits for water for neonicotinoids? Finally, in the issue of looking at what can happen with chronic wasting disease in water, is water a way that the chronic wasting disease prions can move? We have a crack team of researchers at the University of Minnesota have been doing great work. And this is some work where it's well thought out, well vetted, and presented to committees as well as the Clean Water Council of the need for this research. It is worthy to fund. Back when the Clean Water Fund was established, we invested in LIDAR. And now 13 years ago, people are asking for LiDAR mapping again so we can have a better assessment of the geography of Minnesota. So we're asking the Clean Water Council to take that and look at the task. Do we need more LiDAR mapping? Will it help and help protect clean water? Finally, to bring forth equity, we're looking at replacing lead service lines. We're looking at trying to protect, to deal with infiltration in areas of economic and environmental justice. These are things that we didn't think about back in 2008. But to protect water for everyone, we need to implement these types of research and protection and remediation types of work. The Clean Water Bill is a very big bill within an even larger bill. We have been spending between $60 and $70 million a year on voluntary conservation practices to protect groundwater and surface water. That is more probably than any other state, and we've been doing it for 13 years. We have 12 years to go. Spending the money and counting the acres is not enough. We have to have outcomes that actually produce clean groundwater, clean surface water, and clean drinking water. And this bill moves us in that problem-solving way to help. So when we can look back at the end of 25 years, we actually accomplished something. We actually did something. And that we were flexible to look at the new contaminants and the new challenges that occurred as the amendment has been moving. As Chair Lillie mentioned, we are at a midpoint. And that midpoint leads to reflection, but also to modification and to make sure we do the best that we can for Minnesotans. I urge a green vote.
The member from Meeker, Representative Erdahl.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I'd like to thank Chair Lillie for the work that he's put in on this bill, for being fair, for recognizing all of Minnesota's needs, and certainly like to thank Lead Green for the many valuable points that he brings up as well. The Legacy Amendment speaks volumes about the dedication of Minnesotans to the outdoors and culture. In 2008, in the middle of the Great Recession, Minnesotans voted to raise their taxes because they wanted to enhance, protect, and restore land and water. They wanted our history remembered, and they wanted to encourage aspects of our culture. 56% voted for this, and the Legacy Amendment has only grown in popularity. Much of the money is channeled through citizen boards. Now, we can rightfully criticize some of the spending. No bill is perfect. Maybe we have a puppet show here, an author who we think got paid too much there, but the vast majority of the money is spent, I believe, how it was intended. Now, I can identify things in this bill that I don't like. Let you in on a little bit of a secret here. There are things in bonding bills I don't like. But we have to look at the totality of the bill. And does this bill do what the people expect us to do? Does it enhance? Does it restore? Does it protect this beautiful place we call Minnesota? The average land acquisition by the state in Legacy is about 10,000 acres. That's about what it was in 2017 when under Chair Gunther, we voted 131-0 to pass this bill with nearly twice the land purchase in it that we have today. This is basically a good bill, typical of what we do, in some ways better. Could it be improved? Sure. There's always something we can make better. But it does basically what the people expect us to do. At this point, I would urge you to vote green, but I think today I'll say I urge you to vote in the affirmative.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. But mostly I want to thank the voters of Minnesota who voted yes in that 56%, that they believed that we should have some extra money for Minnesota air and water and forests and parks and trails and ways of bringing people outside anywhere and everywhere in Minnesota. They cautioned us not to use any of the money to supplant what the government was already doing, but to supplement. They had great faith, and we have proved their trust in the years since 2008. The investments that have been made in our people of every age that have benefited in some way from one of the expenditures in the Legacy Fund, which is just part of a cent of everything that is purchased in the state, has proven to be one of the greatest things that have brought the people of Minnesota together and provides a cleaner, better environment for us all. Every single member that has become chair of the original Legacy Committee that has become chair has added to building that trust and investment in how Minnesota has changed with the dollars from the investment that the voters made in 2008. We are teenagers now on the way. There are still things that are being questioned, and that is a good thing. None of the funds should go without having to justify how they arrived at the conclusions that these were the best way to fund the projects that particular year. This is a finance bill that's before the Minnesota House of Representatives that has no target except the people's trust. And the projects in here are not for any particular people, but all the people of Minnesota, the people who have lived and will live for years to come. But some of the people that voted for this are no longer with us. Some of the people that will benefit from this have not been born yet. But this is a lifelong journey that the people of Minnesota are sharing together. And it is our obligation to try to embrace the trust that they have placed in us and to use their investments wisely. And we will build for the future of Minnesota so that when it's time to vote again, this investment will not be thrown away because it is much too valuable, because it is the people's money and the people's planning. And they should still be the watchdogs of each of the funds. And they should still be sharing their ideas with their state representatives and their state senators about how that money should be spent. but they should be enjoying the outdoors of Minnesota. And on rainy days, the museums and the historical things and the culture that we're trying to sponsor should become new learning experiences for us all. And we can do that by voting yes today, midway through the 25 years, through the pilot project for the future.
The member from Crow Wing, Representative Hausman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this bill. And to the bill author, Representative Lillie, I just wanted to make a few comments. First of all, we've always had a great ongoing conversation about this bill. Representative, you're super good to work with, and I can't thank you enough for your leadership on this bill. And most of it is really a great testimony to something working for the people of Minnesota. I am going to speak briefly, though, about the issue of SWCDs and the funding that has been brought up. And there should be concern as to how the funding has been, I will say, carefully crafted, as opposed to the process that was put in place in which the Clean Water Council has been traditionally making recommendations to the legislature and including funding for SWCDs. And in this case, left $36 million unrecommended. And that should cause some people to pause for a moment and ask themselves, is there something broken here? Why is it that the Clean Water Council could not make a recommendation? As a member of the Clean Water Council, I asked very specifically as to why this was the case and could not get an answer from the Clean Water Council. And this is something that members should understand and, as I mentioned, should be asking themselves. Constitutionality was brought up today in debate. And there's no question in the mind of many, many people that it's an appropriate place for Clean Water Council to recommend SWCD funding. And it's not supplementing or supplying in this case because projects are always changing. All around the state of Minnesota, Clean Water Council recommendations are being implemented, except in this particular category. And SWCDs are doing fine work and should be supported out of this fund fully. The reason being, as I was mentioning, that the projects are always different city to city, county to county around the state of Minnesota. So I'd love to support this bill, but because of the problem specifically with SWCDs being put into a box by the legislature, as opposed to being able to just do their work as it's needed around the state. The legislature in this bill is prohibiting them from just simply doing their job and fitting the projects in their districts as they need to. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, we are so fortunate to represent the people of Minnesota who voted for the Legacy Amendment and people who continue to value these investments we've made that have enriched their lives. I really love serving on this committee because the Legacy Amendment is a promise Minnesotans made to each other to tell the story of who we are and what makes us Minnesotans. We protect our beautiful and sacred environment, our love of outdoor recreation, and the art, literature, films, music, and stories that we create. We need to tell stories about our triumphs and our missteps. And this bill expands that story to include all Minnesotans. And so thank you so much to Representative Hausman and Representative Zhang for speaking so beautifully about those investments just now. And arts and cultural heritage isn't the only fund where we've prioritized racial equity. Chair Hansen just spoke about all of his work on clean water, which is an essential stand for environmental justice in my community and in communities of color across our state. Every member of this body knows that communities of color face greater pollution in their air, water, and soil than white Minnesotans. And in this bill, we fund critical programs to study PFAS, microplastics, and chemicals from tires and how they impact our water and ultimately our health. Another area that is a particular passion of mine is protecting all Minnesotans from lead-contaminated drinking water. And this bill appropriates money to remove lead service lines, which is one of the #1 areas where our drinking water is contaminated with lead. Lead service lines exist in many underrepresented communities across our state in both urban, suburban, and rural Minnesota. And often municipalities and homeowners do not have the ability to change both the publicly held and privately held parts of the lead service line, and this bill prioritizes changing out those lines. So thank you, Chair Hansen, for your work, and thank you, Chair Lillie, for including this in the bill. In my district, I have the honor of representing the Northeast Arts District, which is a thriving community of working artists that has been hit hard by the COVID-19 pandemic. One of our most beloved events in Northeast Minneapolis is Art a Whirl, where people from across the state come to view and purchase art. They come to dance, listen to music, and really sample the best of Northeast Minneapolis. I would typically invite members of the committee and members of this body, but it's usually the last week of session, so I'm not sure a whole lot of us can get out and enjoy art across the river, but maybe someday. And you know, this year, Art a Whirl was unfortunately canceled because it was not safe for us to congregate in studios, breweries, and dance floors where Art a Whirl takes place. Artists I represent have talked about how difficult this past year has been, but also about how the Arts Board and investments from the Legacy Amendment have made the difference in both their lives and in their families' lives. I think it's really important that we've all been able to come together around this, and even with all the struggles, the Northeast Minneapolis Arts District is currently being voted on and is #3 in the nation for Best Arts District. You can vote for I think it's I forget which newspaper it's. Oh, it's USA Today, and they're doing a poll right now. I will be sure to send all of you the link so you can vote for Northeast to be #1 and beat Dallas. It's very important to all of us that we retain our best in the nation, so members, please vote. The pandemic hasn't just affected my district. This bill acknowledges that our museums, theaters, zoos, and other cultural centers that are so cherished in our communities will be there for us when we've all been vaccinated. I personally cannot wait to see the new Quetzalcoatlus exhibit at the Science Museum and learn more about these prehistoric flying reptiles. One of the bills that Chair Lillie alluded to earlier that I'm really, really excited about is the Appetite for Change's Community Cooks program. The Community Cooks program delivers meal boxes with ingredients to families to learn to cook traditional meals with fresh, local ingredients. Appetite for Change is based just across the river from my district in North Minneapolis. With their Community Cooks program, Appetite for Change collaborates with community organizations to directly serve families experiencing food insecurity and a lack of access to fresh and nutritious food. These meal boxes are culturally specific and teach about their traditional foods and different ingredients. They include instructions for family-friendly and wholesome meal grounded in our traditional foodways. This is also an important bill for our rich agricultural tradition as they collaborate with local farms such as the Good Acre. Food is integral to all of our cultures, and I'm really glad this bill can recognize and celebrate culinary arts. Another project I want to highlight is Wilderness Inquiry's Canoemobile program. Wilderness Inquiry had the most memorable presentation I've seen in a committee, where they presented from the Stone Arch Bridge at 8 a.m. in a blizzard and sub-zero temperatures. It was maybe our roughest winter day of the year. And after hearing their presentation and learning more about the Canoemobile program, I can see why they were so passionate, and I would also stand out on the Stone Arch Bridge to help them get this funding. Canoemobile is a program, it's a floating classroom where kids from communities like mine, where they might not have the chance to go paddling, can get out in a Voyager canoe and learn about their area's science, history, geography, and culture. We heard from Principal Ruzek from Riverside Central Elementary School in Rochester talk about the impact Canoemobile had on his students. He said the transformation, how they interact and notice their natural environment after a day out on Bear Creek, made them more excited about getting outside, coming to school, and protecting the environment they live in. They talk about becoming biologists and exploring state parks and even the boundary waters. I think we all want our children to love the outdoors as much as we do, and really this project made me think about a quote from another Minnesotan, from Sigurd Olson, where he said, "There is magic in the feel of a paddle and the movement of a canoe, a magic compounded of distance, adventure, solitude, and peace." I think that we can teach both that and our cultural heritage to students through the Canoe Mobile program, and it's a great thing that's included in this bill. And I'm sure I could go on, and I think many members of the committee could as well, about every single project, but I'll leave you with one final thought, members. Here at the legislature, we talk a lot about problems, which we absolutely should. It's our job. But in this instance, Minnesotans have asked us to fund joy. They asked us to fund catching the biggest fish they've ever seen and the story about how it got away. They've asked us to fund water we can drink and give to our children without worrying what else might be in that glass. They asked us to fund parks and trails to dream about what might be around the corner and the view from the ridgeline. And they asked us to fund dancing and singing and beauty. And so in a year where joy has been exceptionally hard to come by, I ask for a green vote for joy. Thank you.
The member from Monoman, Representative Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so I'm going to be the spoiler here today, I guess. One thing I want to address first is I do want to thank Chair Lillie and the members. I will say that Chair Lillie is a fair chairman in the committee, and he was certainly willing to hear all arguments, and for the committee members who stuck with getting this done, although I do have a complaint that we only met once a week and it was really hard to get everything in. There are some things in the bill that I don't remember hearing in committee, and I'll ask you about those here in a minute. I know I did miss one day, and maybe that was it, but before I start on the bill, I do want to address Representative Erdahl. You know, he did talk about when Chair Gunther was chairing the Legacy Committee and that he had 100% vote off this floor, and that is true. Even I voted for it at that time, but at that time, the chairman allowed for a lot of needed reforms within the bill. And so that's one of the reasons that he did get the votes coming off the floor, because there are some problems with Legacy that need to be corrected, and we've worked on some of them, but more need to be done. And I will also say that when that bill came back out of conference, it didn't get quite as many votes because those reforms were taken out. So I'm going to start off first to ask the chair if he would yield for a question.
He will yield. Representative Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or excuse me, Madam Speaker and Chair Lillie. On page 32, starting at line 14, it's section 3 on that page, and I've read this over many times, and I think I might have you don't have the bill, Chair Lillie?
Can somebody bring Chair Lillie a copy of the bill?
Let me read it to you. Okay. It says, money appropriated from the Outdoor Heritage Fund shall not be used to purchase any land in fee, title, or permanent conservation easement. And then there's language stricken there. If the state of Minnesota or a political subdivision of the state owns the land in fee, or the land is wholly or partially subject to conservation easement. So, and it seems to replace the stricken language, and I'm not really sure why they did that. Maybe it's to make it more clear, but maybe you can answer that. But then it goes on and it says in B, paragraph B says, concerning paragraph A, it does not apply if. Okay. The purchase creates additional district benefit to protect, restore, or enhance the state's wetlands, prairies, forest, habitat, or fish, game, and wildlife. And the purchase is approved by an affirmative vote of at least 9 members of the council. Now that's existing language. I don't really see the point in this at that point, because what paragraph B does is actually eliminate paragraph A. But the question comes in on the bottom under 2, where it says the purchase of the land that is partially subject to conservation easement and no money appropriated from the Outdoor Heritage Fund is used to pay the purchase price for the portion of the land that is subject to the easement. Nothing in this clause prohibits the money appropriated from the Outdoor Heritage Fund to pay for the cost or other expenses associated with the acquisition of the land as part of a larger acquisition. And I think I might have a grasp of it now, but I'm wondering if you can explain that to me, Chair Lillie.
Representative Lillie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Green, hats off, that's new stuff. I have the bill, and luckily our star photographer told me what page, because I wasn't sure I had lost that. So my understanding is the language that you're referring to is from the Lessards Council, and it's technical in nature that they just kind of cleaning up some of the language that was existing. So I'll try to see if I can get a better answer, but that's the best I have it for this very second.
Representative Green.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It seems to me, and I'll ask the chair if he'll yield here in a second, it seems to me that I think the agencies are doing this, and also, so this has been a practice. And now I see that we're actually codifying it into law, and I'm wondering if you know for sure, have they been practicing this before it was legal for them to do it?
Representative Lillie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Green. I was lucky enough to get through technology to have some feedback. I don't sit on the council, as you know, Representative Heitzman and Representative Becker-Finn do, but this is technical in nature, and the council is asking for it. That doesn't answer your question, though, but it tells you where it's come from, and I don't know if they were doing it in the past. I'm guessing they were having a problem or it wasn't admissible.
Representative Green.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a problem with that. If they were practicing that, which I think they were, that instead of questioning them, we would go ahead and codify that into law. But I'll go into the bill a little bit, and I'll start with the outdoor heritage portion of it. There's an entity out, or organizations out there called non-government organizations, NGOs for short, just so you know what I'm talking about. And they're allotted money from these funds, and quite a bit of money actually. And most times these organizations only act as a middleman, and they act mostly to purchase land. And there are supposed to be stipulations on how much money the state agencies can spend. And I believe they get around that by going through these NGOs, because the NGOs almost never keep this land, just so you know. The land actually gets turned over a lot of times to the federal government, sometimes back to the DNR or other organizations. So it's a little shady, if you ask me, that instead of someone coming in and asking for funds to purchase land, they go through other entities to try to hide it, and that's a problem. Now, as was stated, there's not quite as much land purchased in this bill as there was in previous bills, and I'm thankful for that. However, of the nearly 6,500 acres that are purchased, almost 2,600 of them will not have PILT. And for those who don't know, PILT is payment in lieu of taxes. And so roughly 40% or more of the land that's purchased in general, coming through this committee, between 40 and 60%, is taken off the tax rolls. And I just need you to know that when that land comes off the tax rolls, it damages our schools, especially in greater Minnesota where this land is purchased. It damages our cities and our counties, our townships. There's money that's desperately needed for all of our services out there, from roads and bridges to law enforcement, to city streets, and again, to schools. The land is no longer available for young families. That's another thing that really bothers me. The land has gotten so high priced where they continue to buy this property that no one can even afford to purchase even a few acres to build a house. Another thing in this bill that's becoming a growing concern is conservation easements. There's almost another 14,000 acres in here that will be purchased with conservation easements. Now, generally, a lot of people don't think that that's a big deal because the conservation easements, the people retain the land and they still pay property taxes on it. But they're very limited on anything they can do on that land. And for the last several years, I've been getting folks coming in on a regular basis asking if we can do something about their property tax because they can't use the land and yet they're still paying property tax on it. And I think that we're going to see in the future a lot of these properties that are under conservation easements are going to end up in tax forfeit, and that's not going to do anybody any good. The other thing about the lands and conservation easements is they have trouble selling it. Who's going to buy it? I mean, you're going to go spend any kind of money for a piece of property that you can't do anything on. So we need to be looking into that as we move forward. One of the parts of the legacy that I do support and hope that we can see more of, as opposed to acquisitions and easements, is the restoration and enhancement. If you're looking for bang for your buck, in this bill alone, there's over 76,000 acres of land or water, and the cost to enhance it is about $38 million. In contrast, the 20+ thousand acres that is either purchased in fee or in conservation easements is costing almost $79 million. And this has been typical throughout the years. And if we're serious about wanting to use these funds for what we say that they're intended for, we need to get away from the acquisitions and start looking more and more into restoring what we already have. According to a DNR report released in 2016, so it's old, but it's the last one they did that I know of, the state at that time held 8.5 million acres of land. And by the way, I think they were farming themselves or renting out about 30,000 acres of that, making them probably one of the largest farmers in the state. And they also had 2.6 million acres of water. And there's an additional 3.4 million acres that the federal government owns in Minnesota. And the numbers do not reflect the additional lands purchased or since then, nor do they account for the tax forfeited properties since that time. I've not been able to get any numbers on what NGOs still own or nonprofits, but out of the 51 million acres of land in Minnesota, plus the 2.6 million acres of water, I'm not afraid to say that if we're not at 1/3 of our property now in some sort of public entity ownership, we're getting very close. And that's a big chunk of the state, 1/3 of our state. So the other thing with the land, and this is also true with the parks and trails that we'll get into, is we have a real problem with the state managing this land. They don't have the money. And yet they come back year after year for more money to purchase more. Almost any farmer will tell you of the weed problem that we have. These agencies will come and they will mandate that farmers take care of their weeds on their field, if it's CRP, or in their ditches. But they don't take care of their own land. And I get complaints every year on state land with invasive weeds that are spilling over into the ag land. And then they'll come and get cited for weeds on their own land. There's $8 million in here for the Met Council. 2.5 is for replacing private sewer lines. And I think this is a worthy project. And Representative Jordan also mentioned that they would be replacing lead supply lines. Also might be a worthy project. But I'm wondering what happens when we open up these funds to go do private homes. I mean, if you want to destroy this fund, open it up so that everybody has a chance to go in and update their home. The lead-lined pipes, whether they're service lines or drain fields or drains going out to the city sewer, are a real problem, and they do have to be addressed. But this will eat this fund up if we go down these roads. So look out for that. Parks and trails. Over $100 million in here for parks and trails. And this goes back to some of what I was talking about already, and unfortunately we're already seeing trails deteriorate. We're not keeping them up. It was probably 2 or 3 years ago now, a senior citizen that came to me with a broken arm, and he was angry because in Minnesota, and especially maybe in greater Minnesota where there's a lot of water, there are a lot of frost boils in the spring. And the land and the trails will, like any other piece of land, the frost boils come out, they separate. And this particular trail was paved, and it was dusk, and he didn't see it, and he flipped his bike over and broke his arm. The other thing, and so we continue to buy more land and spend money for more trails, but we're not maintaining what we have. And that is a problem. Parks. We've got 87 counties in Minnesota and numerous cities, and almost every one of them has at least one park. The city that I'm from, Boston, I think has 3 or 4 right now.
We're not really going.
So there's a lot of parks out there. In addition to this, the state has 75 either parks or recreation areas. Out of those 75, and these numbers are from the last account, 21 of these parks were self-supporting, and the rest lose money. And it's costing the state at that time, in the last numbers I had, over $3 million a year just to maintain parks that a lot of people don't ever go to use. So that's a problem. So we're not paying close enough attention to where our money's going. This is going to be a reoccurring theme in this bill as we go through it, in that we give money out to agencies or entities, and we don't have a firm grasp on how the money's being spent. That's a problem. This is our job. Representative Murphy talked about the watchdogs for the legacy money. We are those watchdogs right here. And a lot of these funds come in, they go out to these entities, and we never see the results. We ask for the results. Some of the problems are that we don't know what the projects are in most cases until after the money's been allotted to them, and a year or 2 later, we get the list of those projects, and if we ever have time to go through them, because they're hundreds of pages, it's sometimes too late. Article 4, arts and cultural heritage. It's almost $150 million goes into arts and cultural heritage. 47% of that goes to the Minnesota Arts Board. And this is probably the second biggest problem that I have with this bill. You know, we hear all kinds of great stories, and I've seen some of the stories too, and yeah, they're okay. There's some good projects out there. But that doesn't give us an excuse to just toss money out there and say, I saw a good project once, so let's put the money out there and let her roll. This, in this fund, this is one that a few years ago, hopefully they said they've corrected this. This is the fund where one person got $13,000 to take a trip to the Caribbean to view sunsets to get ideas for paintings. Another one in this fund was around $3,700 for someone to create a video game blowing up pipelines for children. And so there's a lot of other things in here. I do have a couple of questions, if Chair Lillie would agree to.
He will yield. Representative Green.
Thank you. Chair Lillie, you got the bill in front of you. Can you maybe turn to page 47?
Did you want him to yield?
Yes, if he will yield. I thought I asked, Madam Speaker.
I'm pretty sure he can get to page 47. Representative Green.
Okay. Oh, I see what you're doing. You're making fun of me. That's all right. All right. Page 47. There's another thing in here that, and maybe you can answer this, maybe you can't. There are stipulations in the legacy fund, and this is something that I've worked on before, and I think we tried to correct it. And the stipulation of supplement but not supplant. On line 47, There's $1.9 million in here, and it's to address a previous study from 15 years ago and reassess it. Does that fit into this?
Representative Lillie.
47.12.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Green. Thank you for the question. I'm not certain on the answer, but I can answer your previous question. Can we back up to that?
Sure, go ahead.
So back to your DNR question on Lessard Sams. That's a technical amendment that makes sure that outdoor heritage, which you actually should like, doesn't pay for already protected portions of parcels. So they're not like double paying. So that's what that previous one. So you were right. That was a good catch. So on this one, it is looking at microplastics and plastics in areas that have already been found to be contaminated, to kind of see where they're at now, is what I'm hearing.
Representative Green.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate that, but I don't know if that answers the question as far as does it actually comply with the supplement, not supplant. But going back a page to page 46, starting at line 21, this is kind of along the same line, and it also addresses something we talked about before too, and this is to do testing for private wells. And as for the microplastics, nanoplastics, nitrates, and so on. And here again, you know, we could get into whether or not it's appropriate to fund private projects for homeowners. But what really concerns me on this is, do you think that, or is there anything else in the bill that would lead this to somehow mandate that if anything is found that these private homeowners would be forced to replace their well?
Representative Lillie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Green. Again, you know, to your question, these are new projects, so they wouldn't be funded. I'm not sure where you're seeing that they were funded in the past, so I'll try to catch up on there. But you know, ideally, you know, if you find that a well is contaminated, I guess I would hope that people would want to figure out what's wrong and try to figure out a solution, whether you know, we're helping them through this program or if it's something they need to do themselves. But I would think people would want to know.
Representative Green.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate that answer, and I'm sure that they would if they could afford it. But on that particular piece, it just does the testing, but there is no money in there, I don't think, unless I misread it, to help them to fix the well. So they'd be on the hook for it should they be able to afford it. And just to answer your question on the previous one, for the 1.9 million, the study was already done. It was done 15 years ago, and they're going to reassess it. But we can move on to page 52, the Board of Soil and Water. There's a significant amount of money in here for Board of Soil and Water, and I believe it's 43.5 million. And a lot of this money comes with a stipulation that counties have to either adopt the One Watershed, One Plan, which some counties anyway in my area do not wish to do, or the funding is tied to that. But it says otherwise they have to have their own surface water management frameworks provided, and that's on page 53. The only reason I bring this up is because I've gotten a lot of questions from my county commissioners asking, are they going to pull our funding if we don't go with the One Watershed, One Plan? Are you familiar with anything on that aspect?
Representative Lillie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Green. Actually, I find one of the neatest things in here is if you have an opportunity to look at the One Watershed, One Plan on the internet, there's some amazing things that are being done. So I'm a little startled, and I think some of the work that's been done, I mean, you could find, I've seen great testimony where they've worked with farmers and they're out doing great things and projects, and they're really, so I'm a little confused by your question.
Representative Green.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The question is there a chance if the county boards do not adopt the One Watershed, One Plan, will the funding be withheld from them for their water projects?
Representative Lillie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Green. I actually don't know the answer to that, and certainly we could get that to you. I would think that the funding would continue, whether that's through the legacy or through the general activities of the counties and some of their areas. You know, one thing that you mentioned, I just want to quickly answer too, because we're kind of doing this, it's kind of fun actually. So this, you know, you mentioned the lead in the metro and, you know, getting into that. And I think, again, that's really a neat program in the metro that they're doing some of this lead replacement. You know, there's things that's going on too with like toilets, you know, to get I mean, I hate to talk about this on the House floor, but it's like low flush and it's like saving water and it's helping families convert some of this. This is going on at the same time we're able to, which I love, it's balanced. So in greater Minnesota, you know, we always, I've been on Capital Investment Committee, and Representative Erdahl and Torkelson, they love PFA, and there's $16 million going into PFA in this alone. It helps folks in greater communities in greater Minnesota do amazing projects all over. And if you know, it's rated, there's a special system, they go down the line, and I think Representative Erdahl has some that are coming up, you know, and Representative Davids have some that are right on the bubble, and hopefully they can include these. So that's, some of these are really good programs that are going on with these funds, and then lapping with the effort that we make in Environment Committee and also in capital investment. Thank you, sir.
Representative Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that answer, Chair Lillie. But the question was not, are they worthy causes? The question is there going to be enough money to fund them all if we open the gate? But back to page 53, starting at line 6. And this is another thing, it's a little bit confusing, I guess, and maybe that's just me, maybe you can explain it. Starting at line 6, it says grant recipients must identify a non-state match and may use other legacy funds to supplement projects funded under this paragraph. This appropriation may be used for, and then it goes on, and I think I'm probably wrong here, but the question is, are they saying that you can go and find other legacy funds to match the funds that are required?
Representative Lillie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Green. Thank you. Actually, this is good. I feel like I'm one step behind you, though, so you're gonna have to bear with me. Can I back up to the previous question on are they going to be kicked? Can they participate? They can. They can still be eligible for clean water funds. So that's an answer to that. Please restate your question, sir. On the
Representative Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate that answer, and so will my counties, and I'm glad to get that on the record. And next time, if we ever find ourselves here again, I'll give you a list of my questions, and you can have them ready to roll. But on 53.6, it says grant recipients must identify a non-state match and may use other legacy funds to supplement projects funded under this paragraph. This appropriation may be used for, and then it lists. And it just kind of popped into my head when I read it, and I think, and I hope I'm wrong, are they saying that you can use other legacy funds for your match for these funds?
Representative Lillie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Representative Green. I believe that, yes, that is the case. Or local buy-in would be, probably more desirable. I mean, that's kind of what we're trying to, some of the things that we're talking about earlier. We had great testimony from, from Representative Anderson and Representative Heitzen, and maybe you're going to get to this in your points too, but I really appreciate it on the soil and water conservation districts, and we're going to, we did fund the first year. I respect that, and we're going to look at it. We're trying to figure out how to fund it right, how to do it right, because it is a good program. And what Representative Heitzman and Representative Anderson were talking about is spot on. It's a good program, and we're just trying to figure out how to fund that correctly. So that's why we did a front load on the front year on that one, and then the second year. It's not an absolute question, but on this one, I believe that we want local buy-in with the funds that are clean water funds as well, which I think makes a lot of sense. I think that's kind of how we do it in all the projects.
Representative Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess that's not the answer I was hoping for, because I would disagree with you that we should be able to use state money for a non-state match. So that's not really a local buy-in, that's a state buy-in for state money. So, yeah. I really don't have too much more. I would like to go to page 60.
He fell out of a tree, you kind of got to go easy on him. He's been on his feet for a while here. Representative Green.
Thank you, thank you, Madam Speaker. I guess I don't think I'm trying to go hard on him. I just want some questions answered. This is an area where there's been some disagreement, even among people I know, and this has to do with wanting to do a study to merge SWCDs and watershed districts. And the reason I'm kind of concerned about this, and there is a question here after, but SWCDs have been asking for a long time for taxing authority, and we have been unwilling to give that to them. We have enough people taxing us already. Watershed districts actually have taxing authority. There are many of us who believe that the watershed districts are in much need of revamping. A lot of the water, I shouldn't say a lot, but some of the watersheds are sitting on a lot of money because they can tax. The merging, and also the watershed districts, in a lot of people's view, in greater Minnesota have become nothing more than an arm of the agencies, whether that be Bowser or DNR. And by merging these and putting them under these, even more under these agencies, the fear is that we're going to have agencies now with a taxing authority, and that's, in a lot of people's opinion, kind of dangerous. But the question is, further down in there, on 60.15, where it says, after it talks about the watershed districts and the SWCDs, it says, and other joint power organizations formed to manage water. What other joint powers and organizations would that be, do you know?
Representative Lillie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Green, I'm not certain of the answer, but I think there's someone very close to you that might know the answer. You might want to ask someone right in front of you to yield.
Well,
Representative Green.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, but it's your bill. So I thought I would ask you. I'll guess I'll find out the answer somewhere else. I think I only have two more questions, and then I'll close. On page 106, and also I'll do them at the same time because they're along the same lines. It's also page 109. 109.10, 106 starting at line 33 and going on to 107.2. One is for arts education, and there's $10 million here, and It's for high-quality, age-appropriate arts education for Minnesotans of all ages to develop knowledge, skills, and understanding the arts. So the question is, who decides what is age-appropriate education for all ages?
Representative Lillie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Green. So the question is, who decides what is age appropriate? And these issues are given deep thought in each of the agencies, and each when they're granting and putting forth these ideas. These aren't done without thought. There's panels that decide, and they break it down. And you mentioned a couple problems in the years, but really we've been lucky. There really hasn't been problems in the last few years. And when you think of in the arts area, for example, there's over 2,500 grants. And, art is a wonderful thing, and everybody has a different opinion of what is art and what's appropriate. But I think we've done pretty well, thank goodness, so far. And that's part of our committee. We've laid forth some expectations that people are cautious and careful, given that this is public money. So specifically to that question, I don't know the answer, but I know that through conversations I've had with arts folks that they're looking at it. I had an opportunity last biennium to go and watch as they were giving out grants, the panel, and they were asking questions and going through, and it was very, very detailed. And that was just one of the, one of these groups, and they're all over the state that are deciding, regionally what's appropriate and what's of interest in different parts of the state. I think that's one of the beauties of the system. It doesn't just, it isn't some group in St. Paul deciding what's best to go perhaps in your district or Duluth. It's, there's different sections. So these are thought out, and to be quite honest, people are cautious because it's public money.
Representative Green.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would say I think the answer to my question is that the Minnesota Arts Board is going to be deciding what's age appropriate. I would also say that given some of the things I've seen them fund, I personally am not really comfortable with them deciding what is age appropriate. I have then a follow-up question because of your answer would be, does this mean that they're going to find something that's age appropriate for all ages at the same time, or are they going to break it down into sections? Does this mean, Representative Lillie, excuse me if he will yield, Madam Speaker.
He will yield. Representative Green.
Thank you. Does this mean that they're going to find age appropriate material that can be used for anybody from toddlers to adults and have one gauge on that? Or are they going to start picking ages and decide what's appropriate for certain ages?
Representative Lillie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Representative Green. I'm certain that the decisions are made, based on the market, that they're trying to reach. If, you kind of know what you're aiming at. So I think they're trying to, pitch the ball where it needs to be hit. So they're kind of aiming it right into the spot and trying to do good work. I mean, there's 2,500 grants that are going out a year. They're going to be variables. Some are going to be for adults and some are going to be for children. But I certainly hope you get out and see some of these. They're really quite good. And these grants, it wouldn't be just this alone. All the grants are thoughtful, and the libraries are thoughtful, and the children's museums are thoughtful. The science museums, the zoos. I mean, they're going to be thoughtful of. I would imagine most things are general public, but it's art at the end of the day. It might be more challenging than when, maybe it's beyond a youth, or maybe it's, some adults aren't going to want to see a children's story time or something.
Representative Green.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, but if, maybe I'll just make the comment, and if Chair Lillie wants to address it afterwards, he can, instead of going back and forth. This doesn't say that this is for a grant. This says that this is to develop, in somebody's opinion anyway, high-quality, age-appropriate arts education for Minnesotans of all ages. That's what it says. They're not looking for a grant. They've got the money in their hands, and it's a considerable amount of money, by the way. And they're going to develop curriculum, if you will, for education. The Minnesota State Arts Board is going to develop curriculum for education. That should be a problem. It really should. The other thing then on 109, and I promise this will be the last one, and I won't ask any questions because I think I've beat it enough already, but on page 109.10, it's another over $200,000, and it's to be used by the Board of Directors of the Minnesota Historical Society to either produce or purchase and distribute a book to encourage and educate elementary school students on Minnesota natural resources, legacy, culture, and history. The book should be made available free of cost. That certainly is fine because they're using state money, but it's to libraries. And here again, at the end of the day, these guys are deciding what's going to be appropriate to put into our schools. I mean, I've got a lot of problems with the Department of Education already and some of the things they're putting out. And now we're going to let the State Arts Board and the Historical Society actually go out and either produce or buy books to give to our kids. And the other problem that I have is, and you're talking about these 2,500 grants, I know, I've looked through them. The problem with them is you don't ever see them till a year or two after they've been granted. And there is no watchdog on them. People come in, the Arts Board, they'll apply for money, they get their money, they go out. No one sees the end product until after it's done. That's not the way anybody should be operating here. Just here's, you want some money, here you go. So I have a problem with the bill, although I do appreciate the work that the committee goes through. I think we can do a much better job. I do know I'm not going to call anybody out here, but I do know there's people on both sides of the aisle, because I've talked to them, that also believe that we can't just continue to let these councils run roughshod on us, just have their recommendations, and we approve the recommendations, and if the legislature comes up with other plans and says, no, this isn't quite right, then they get attacked for not approving what should only be a recommendation. So I won't be supporting the bill, but again, Representative Lillie, I appreciate you answering my questions, or trying, and you won't be getting 100%. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, the Majority Leader, Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Green, for asking all the questions. We have an important bill in front of us, members. It's easy, I think this week in particular, it's easy almost every legislative session, but in particularly this week, to think that the legacy bill is one of the least important bills. It doesn't deal with dollars and cents in people's businesses or lives in the way that other bills do, like taxes. It doesn't deal with our democracy, our voting system. It doesn't deal with life and death, with police stops. It doesn't deal with a lot of the most difficult issues we've been facing related to COVID-19. But it does deal with the good life in Minnesota. It is a bill that makes living in this state, and reminds us why living in this state is such a unique privilege and gift. It reminds us of the legacy that we have received from countless generations of indigenous people who have preserved the land and water of this state. It reminds us of the kind of connection to trails and parks, hunting and fishing, arts and culture that we want to leave for our children and our grandchildren. Every year, it would be easy to dismiss this legacy and to let more important, more pressing issues guide our work. But that would be letting down the future. That would be letting down our children and our grandchildren, because preserving the good life in Minnesota, updating the good life in Minnesota to make it relevant and accessible and meaningful for all the people of the state, for all the ways that our state has changed, is what this bill and what this amendment and what this fund is all about. I want to just personally thank Representative Lillie, Chair Lillie, for your endless enthusiasm for this work. From your social media to your legislative session and your committee work, you are always promoting what is best and what is most optimistic and future-oriented in our state in this legacy amendment. I also want to thank your committee members, Representative Zhang and Noor, Representative Jordan, members who are new to this issue. Did I say Noor? Representative Hausman, for your work on this committee, because I know that you have pushed and you have made changes, and I know that the institutions, the boards, the councils that have been there for a long time expect things to be done in a certain way. This amendment started with hunting and fishing groups wanting to collect money from their sales tax, and that was about it, and now it is so much more because of the people who are here requiring Minnesota to change and be relevant for future generations. So thank you to the committee for that work. Thank you for being diplomats and finding a way to move forward together. And members, we should vote yes on this bill today. This bill is about what makes living in this state great. And it is a profound legacy that we can leave for our future. Please vote yes.
The member from Ramsey, the author of the bill, Representative Lillie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members. Sometimes this turns into more of a day than I expect. It's a great honor to carry this. It's really not my bill. This is all of our bill. This is every one of us in Minnesota, like the leader was just saying. We're so lucky. We're the envy of many places in the country for these funds. And I'd like to just quickly, I'm sorry, everybody's had enough, but I want to just thank my team. Vice Chair Jordan did a great job. And, the Speaker, I have 2 honorary chairs. You heard Representative Murphy here on the big screen right here, and it's scary to follow her and the great leadership of Representative Erdahl, and to be follow up on following them. They give you quite a bit of feedback, believe me. 24/7, but it's a labor of love, and I'm not going to be the chair of this forever, and one of the team is going to take over, or one of your members, and hopefully just does great work and keeps it going for Minnesota. Thank you, Representative Green. You got a taste of a few of the questions he had today. We got a flavor of that during committee, but that's not a bad thing to have challenges from both sides of the aisle, and that's kind of what I tried to say in my opening, that we really, on both sides of the aisle, we were really challenging people to really do a good job. And I want to thank, I'm just going to go through the list, Representative Acomb, Representative Anderson, you heard him, Representative Bowe, please keep him in your thoughts. He's got some stuff, personal things going on with his health. Representative, maybe I'm not supposed to talk about it. No. Representative Christensen, Representative Hausman, Representative Nelson, Representative Waslick, and Representative Zhang. Thank you all for being there for us as a committee and stepping up. I thought the Speaker was playing a joke on me because I don't know if she knows I'm not much of a morning person, so she gave me the 8 a.m. slot, and I thought, oh man, but it worked, and we stepped up and we got her done. But I really want to thank the staff too, Ms. Zipko over there, thank you for your leadership on the GOP team, and Mike Molzon on mine, and Ms. Hirsch, my CLA. A lot, it's very tricky what our staff is going through with COVID and trying to manage appointments and all that. There's many, many appointments, and a nonpartisan staff, and I hope other members just realize what we got in this building, just helping us day after day. Ms. Roberts, Ms. Taylor, Ms. Mullen, and Mr. Hagemar, really a great job. If you get a chance, go into the bill, take a look at it, because every one of you has something in your district that you can be really proud of. And yeah, maybe you want to make a vote on whatever today, but really at the end of the day, this is good work all over Minnesota. It's a success story. It's still popular with the voters. These are great things, and it's stuff that we all can be proud of. Thank you for your discussion today. It's so nice to be back on the floor and see your faces, but this is what it's about. It's about Minnesota, and I would appreciate a green vote if you, maybe not that green vote, but this other green vote on the board, and thank you for your time today.
The clerk will take the roll on the bill.
Those voting remotely, please vote. Will the clerk call the names of those members who haven't voted yet?
Baker.
Baker votes aye.
Baker, aye. Bennett.
Bennett, no.
Bennett, no. Berg.
Berg, aye.
Berg, aye. Davids.
Davids votes aye.
Davids, aye. Damath. Damath, no. Eklund.
We just moved in this fast town.
Eklund, aye. Fisher.
Out 30.
Fisher, aye.
Fisher, aye. Frederick.
Frederick, aye.
Frederick, aye. Gomez. Gomez, aye. Grossel.
Russell, no.
Grossel, no. Grunhagen.
Grunhagen, no.
Grunhagen, no. Hausman.
Hausman, aye.
Hausman, aye. Keel.
Keel, no.
Keel, no. Katiza Wattoon.
Katiza Wattoon, aye.
Katiza Wattoon, aye. Kreshaw.
Kreshaw, no.
Kreshaw, no. Liebling.
Liebling, aye.
Liebling, aye. Lillie. Lillie, aye. Listlegard.
They must be fine, otherwise.
Listlegard.
Listlegard, aye.
Listlegard, aye. Mariani.
Mariani, aye.
Mariani, aye. Mason.
Mason, aye.
Mason, aye. McDonald.
McDonald, nay.
McDonald, no. Morrison.
Morrison, aye.
Morrison, aye. Mueller. Mueller, aye. Pearson.
Pearson, aye.
Pearson, aye. Pinto. Pinto.
Pinto, aye.
Pinto, aye. Poston.
Poston, no.
Poston, no. Pryor.
Pryor, aye.
Pryor, aye. Sandsted.
Sandsted, aye.
Sandsted, aye. Sundin.
Sundin, aye.
Sundin, aye. Thompson.
Thompson, aye.
Thompson, aye. Zhang-Jie. Zhang-Jie, aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 79 ayes and 52 nays, the bill as amended passes in its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar of the day is House File 1077. The clerk will report the bill.
House File number 1077, number 1 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to housing, the second engrossment.
There are amendments at the desk, but if there is no objection, we'll defer to the author to explain the bill before taking up the amendments. To the author of the bill, the member, Chair Hausman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Having a safe and stable home is the foundation for well-being and achievement in nearly all other areas of life. Lack of stable housing has negative impacts on economic security, on health outcomes, and educational achievement. This bill provides funding to a variety of programs aimed at helping produce more affordable housing in Minnesota, as well as provisions to ensure Minnesotans are safely and stably housed. More than 572,000 Minnesota households pay more than they can afford for housing. That equates to more than 1 in every 4 households in the state. A household is considered cost burdened when they pay more than 30% of their income for housing, and severely cost burdened when they pay more than 50% for housing. The Housing Omnibus Bill was put together with the focus on supporting Minnesotans throughout the housing continuum. There's much to do. Helping people find secure and stable housing to prevent homelessness, increasing the amount of affordable workforce housing statewide, and increasing access to home ownership for all Minnesotans. We know that's what builds wealth. The Housing Committee received a target of $30 million above base, most of that being one-time funding. Obviously, that's not enough for the crisis we're facing, but we tried to target as much as possible. The following programs were funded over base: the Challenge Program, Manufactured Home Park Infrastructure Grants, Workforce Home Ownership Program, Homework Starts with Home, Bridges, which is the rental assistance for individuals with serious mental illness, Home Ownership Assistance Fund, Home Ownership Education, Counseling, and Training, Local Housing Trust Fund, the Naturally Occurring Affordable Housing Grant Program, Lead Safe Homes, and Shelter Provider Task Force. There are a number of bills that we incorporated into the Omnibus Bill that specifically focus on bringing balance to the landlord-tenant relationship. We have not done much of that work in the past. In Minnesota, evictions move quickly.
I'm sorry, Chair Hausman, just a moment here. It's getting a little noisy in the chamber and hard to hear. We're trying to turn up the audio, but if members could keep their discussions to a minimum until we get the chamber audio turned up. Thank you.
Okay.
Chair Hausman.
Minnesota evictions move quickly. And we are one of only 7 states that does not require a notice before filing an eviction. 43 states do better than we do. There are also a few measures related to manufactured homes, which provide some of the most affordable ownership opportunities on the market. In addition to the bill's funding to improve park infrastructure, it also includes titling reform provisions to make it easier for owners to access traditional mortgage financing, as well as Representative Bernardi's opportunity to purchase bill, which gives people who own manufactured homes the opportunity to purchase the land their home sits on when it is put up for sale, to try to prevent the land from literally being sold out from under them. They own the homes, but they do not own the land underneath. Most of the homes being sold, most of the home parks being sold are being sold to out-of-state purchasers, and we've noticed that that's where the rents are higher as well. So that's an affordable kind of ownership. The other one that I'll hold up is naturally occurring affordable housing. NOAA is the acronym. Testifiers told us in committee that if we can find that, it's half the cost of new, if we had to construct new. If we can find it and save it before developers buy it and improve it and raise the rents. There's also a section in here establishing the Lead Safe Grant Program, which would seek to test for and remove harmful chemicals from the paint in homes all over the state, with a particular focus on areas where children experience high rates of lead poisoning. That's primarily in homes that are 100 years old. This is a bill that MICA has been working on for years. I suspect you've heard from some of their members. I'm proud to include that piece in this bill. While there is so much to celebrate about the work Minnesota does related to housing and homeownership, we know that outcomes in these areas don't look the same in every community. Minnesota has one of the worst racial disparities in homeownership in the country. The programs and policies contained in this bill make critical investments to help close the homeownership gap, to prevent displacement, to ensure evictions don't unnecessarily block families from affordable housing opportunities for years. Once that is on your record, it's hard to find another place to live, and to make sure homes are safe. I'm going to just mention one other program because it relates to other departments that you will see and how all of these issues interconnect. Homework Starts with Home is a grant program conducted in partnership with the Minnesota Department of Education, the Minnesota Department of Human Services, and the Minnesota Interagency Council on Homelessness. It supports collaborative efforts between schools, housing organizations, and local governments to identify, engage, and stabilize students experiencing homelessness and their families. The University of Minnesota has done research. By the time a child reaches 5th grade, if they've been homeless or highly mobile, they're achieving at the level of a 2nd grader who's in stable housing. That's the interconnection of all of these things. Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, that is the bill.
There are amendments at the desk. Representative Lucero offers the following amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Lucero moves to amend House File Number 1077, the second engrossment. The amendment is coded A8.
I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Lucero, who will explain the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Housing providers in Minnesota work very hard to provide high-quality housing. Unfortunately, as we know, housing providers have been enduring hardship over the last year with eviction moratoriums and other issues. Most may envision housing providers are large companies with deep pockets, but the fact is many housing providers are individuals who own just a handful of rental properties while also working their 9-to-5 jobs. I have spoken to many that are in this category. One such was one of my constituents, a single mom, who called me up just a few months ago, and we had a conversation where she described the incredible hardship she was enduring with the eviction moratorium in the second house that she owns, and the inability to pay the mortgage because of the tenant that was occupying her rental property, and she was unable to pay the mortgages and was facing foreclosure. So again, it is many, many people that own just a handful of rental properties. A provision currently in state law hard codes the interest rate that housing providers must pay on the security deposit that they are holding for their tenants, and it's hard-coded at 1%. However, the national average interest rate for checking and savings accounts has been well under 1%, near zero actually, for over a decade. And so what my amendment seeks to do is to remove this 1% hard-coded interest rate in statute that housing providers must pay to tenants on the security deposits. And my amendment is actually very similar in spirit to a bill, House File 1950, that Representative Ryer has, on the topic of individual deferred annuities that we heard in the Commerce Committee several weeks ago, that in recognizing that interest rates are well under 1% and have been for many, many years, in this bill, it's also hard-coded at 1% in state statute and bringing that down to 0.15%. And so again, this is just simply an amendment that recognizes the reality that interest rates are not high, certainly not above 1%, and that landlords, small landlords like my constituent single mom, there's no reason why she should be having to pay a percentage that's well above savings and checking accounts on the security deposits that she's holding for her tenants, as well as many other small landlords across the state. So, Madam Speaker, and I'm hoping that Chair Hausman would take this as a friendly amendment.
Discussion to the amendment.
Madam Speaker.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Hausman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I actually do request a no vote on this. I always, of course, appreciate when a bill gets introduced, especially in the area of housing. We have this great partnership with all of the advocacy groups. Homes for All Coalition now has, I think, over 273 groups around the state. And as a new idea is presented, we always consult and have discussions with the advocacy groups. But in this case, there was not a bill on this. How we have tried to help renters and landlords is through the Housing Assistance Program. $100 million has already gone out the door. In the House, in our bill, we said we want that money to go directly to the landlords because we want them held harmless so they keep safe and warm and stable housing for everybody. And now we have another, I think, $300 million coming from the federal government that will be there similarly. We're still working on how to get that out the door as quickly as possible, and again, holding landlords and renters harmless during this difficult time. But for today, I would, this still is the tenants, these are the tenants' dollars we're talking about. So today I would request a no vote.
Further discussion to the amendment. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor.
Madam Speaker?
Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And that's very unfortunate. That being the case, I would request a roll call.
A roll call having been requested. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I will just close with this then, that I, being a housing provider myself, very small potatoes among my peer housing providers across the state who are, again, having just a handful of properties. I work very hard to do everything I can, bending over backwards, to give this security deposit, the full security deposit, back to my tenants. I've had tenants that have been with me for 7, 8, even close to a decade. And in many of these cases, again, I do everything I can to return the full security deposit. But the security deposit that's been given to me, as many of my small landlord or housing providers, I have to pay interest then above and beyond. So imagine a security deposit, $1,500, 5 years later, I'm giving them back more than they initially gave me. And I'm actually, this is money that I've lost now in terms of the security deposit, because I was nowhere near making 1% in holding their money in a savings and checking account. So while it's unfortunate that Chair Hausman is not going to support this now, we need to recognize reality that landlords should not be expected to pay an interest rate on a security deposit that's above the market rate. And so, members, I would hope that you would agree and vote green on my amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion to the amendment. Seeing no further discussion with a roll call having been requested, the clerk will take the roll on the A8 amendment. Those that are voting remotely, please vote. Will the clerk call the names of all those members who haven't voted yet?
Baker.
Baker votes aye.
Baker, aye. Berg.
Berg, no.
Berg, no. Davids.
Davids votes aye.
Davids, aye. Fisher.
Fisher votes no.
Fisher, no. Frazier.
Frazier, no.
Frazier, no. Frederick.
Frederick votes no.
Frederick, no. Gomez. Gomez, no. Grossel.
Grossel, aye.
Grossel, aye. Gruenhagen.
Gruenhagen, aye.
Gruenhagen, aye. Hausman.
Hausman, no.
Hausman, no. Hollins.
Hollins, no.
Hollins, no. Katiza Wattoon.
Katiza Wattoon, no.
Katiza Wattoon, no. Lillie. 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 Lillie, no. Lislegard.
Lislegard, no.
Lislegard, no. Mariani.
Mariani, no.
Mariani, no. Marquardt.
Marquardt, no.
Marquardt, no. Mason.
Mason, no.
Mason, no. McDonald.
McDonald, yes.
McDonald, aye. Mueller. Mueller, aye. New Brindley. New Brindley, aye. Olson B.
Olson B, aye.
Olson B, aye. Pearson.
Pearson, aye.
Pearson, aye. Pinto.
Pinto, no.
Pinto, no. Poston.
Poston, aye.
Poston, aye. Pryor.
Pryor, no.
Pryor, no. Sandell.
Sandell, no.
Sandell, no. Sandsted.
Sandsted, no.
Sandsted, no. Sundin.
No.
Sundin, no. Thompson.
Thompson, no.
Thompson, no. Zhang Jie. Zhang Jie, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Tice moves to amend House File Number 1077, the second engrossment. The amendment is coded A7.
I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Tice, to describe her amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, this is a housing omnibus bill, and there certainly is an issue in rental housing. One of the things I'd like to talk about first is what this amendment will do, and it'll phase out the eviction moratorium. But most importantly, it works in 30, 60, and 90 days, and it phases out not the folks that are not paying their rent, but it's also allowing the landowner, the housing provider, to help them find assistance. And I want to let you know that there is a website that Minnesota has put together. It's the renthelpmin.org website, and it really has a lot of information for both renters and housing providers. As MHFA prepares to release the $295 million in rental utility assistance in the federal bill. As a reminder to date, with the new federal funding, the CARES Act, $100 million, and state funding, we have provided over $400 million in rent support over the past year. A moratorium on evictions can cause ripple effects that further hurt local economies. There is a more efficient way to help renters, and we have been doing this. Give them the cash that replaces lost income while also supporting small businesses and local governments. On March 27, 2021, Boyce Olson had a release that said data shows no eviction wave coming. And I have been looking into this quite often, and we're not seeing the eviction wave that some of us have been hearing about. He also, the release also stated that leaders should avoid dramatic statements and rely on data. Rent checks do not just line the pockets of fat cat landlords like we hear about. They also contribute to essential government services and other workers' wages. If many households are simultaneously unable to pay rent, the economic impacts will be felt throughout the local economy. Where exactly does a rent check go? It goes to property taxes, which helps our city and county government, mortgages, which helps our banks and non-bank financial institutions, insurances. It goes to utilities, which means water and sewer providers, garbage collection, gas and electric. It goes to maintenance so that we can take care of those different projects that need to get taken care of. It goes to management fees if there's a property manager. It goes to capital reserves. And this is something not many folks think about, but capital reserves is a fund for major maintenance and upgrades. It's something that we have to constantly be in mind with. And then, finally, the housing provider and investor have profits. Or do they? Housing providers or equity investors have to pay when they don't have enough money to pay the rest of it, or at least figure out how they're going to get that. The first entity that gets paid by a monthly rent check is not the housing provider, it is local government. Property taxes actually have a higher priority than mortgages. Mom and pop housing providers who own small apartment buildings are especially vulnerable. Mortgage payment, property taxes, and insurance account for well over half of the property income. And we all know that corporate taxes were due on the 15th, and we do have time to space out for those folks who are smaller people and they roll that income into their personal stuff. We have until May 17th, but guess what? Property taxes are also due on the 15th of May. According to the Eviction Lab, Minnesota's eviction rate is 4th lowest in the US. Among large cities, Minneapolis ranks 201st, 201, St. Paul is 217th, and Rochester is 225th. While concentrated areas of certain concern remain, Minnesota's eviction rate fell faster and farther than the country over the past decade. I'm concerned about the language where the courts can determine that an eviction action is no longer a reasonable predictor of future tenant behavior. If the evictions were due to unsafe behavior, I, as a housing provider, need to be aware of this. We are stopping any chance of conversation regarding these facts. Our lease agreements are the first step in creating partnerships between the two parties. We need to look at ways to encourage that dialogue, not discourage it. I am very encouraged that we will be looking into ways to have those discussions. Right now, we need to be cognizant of the struggles all parties are having and find ways to work together towards the goal of affordable and safe housing. Madam Speaker, I would request a roll call, please.
A roll call having been requested, there will be a roll call. Representative Howard.
Madam Speaker, I rise under Rule 3.21, motions and propositions must be germane, and I have advice.
You're offering a point of order?
Yeah, point of order, Madam Speaker, yes.
Thank you, Representative Howard. Yes, please state your point of order.
My point of order under Rule 3.21, motions and propositions must be germane. The Tice Amendment adds a new section of law that is not present in the bill, thus it expands the scope and is not germane. I do want to comment, and I appreciate that Representative Tice is bringing a motion about the eviction moratorium. I think that on this side of the aisle, we also recognize a need, excuse me, for a legislative solution to the eviction moratorium in a way that prevents a wave of evictions. And the House has a bill, House File 12. It sits in Ways and Means. The Senate has passed this as a standalone bill as well. And this is so important that we do believe that this should be taken up. And will be taken up as a standalone bill, not as part of an omnibus bill. But since Representative Tice did bring up the eviction moratorium, I do want to call out that it has saved lives in Minnesota. A study of other states that dropped their eviction moratoriums revealed tens of thousands of deaths as a result of dropping their eviction moratorium. We need an orderly end of the eviction moratorium, one that respects renters, respects landlords, and we will be doing that.
I hear a voice. Representative Howard has the floor right now.
And so, Madam Speaker, I would rule that this is out of order. Thank you.
Madam Speaker?
Yep. Please state your name and for what purpose do you rise?
Representative Greg Davids.
Representative Davids.
Representative Howard was clearly out of order. He had a point of order. He made his points, but then he went on to some long speeches. Let's keep our point of orders as point of orders. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Representative David. After reviewing 3.21, I find the point
Madam
of
Speaker.
Representative Howard's point of order well taken. Representative
Madam Speaker, was I not allowed to give advice to the body, to the Speaker?
Representative
I was standing to be recognized the entire time.
Representative New, I do not have to listen to advice. I can rule on a point of order.
Madam Speaker, I appeal the ruling of the Speaker, and I request a roll call.
Representative New appeals the ruling of the Speaker, and there has been a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative New.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to point out and point out that this amendment is in order, and I would just be very cautious. We are at the beginning of hearing our omnibus bills, and we're creating a strike zone here. And if this amendment is ruled out of order and is not germane, we have now created a strike zone that I do hope will be followed as we bring these omnibus bills forward. I know that Representative Howard has an amendment coming up tomorrow that is absolutely introducing a new topic. And so I hope that we will find this amendment to be germane so that we make sure that in this body, in this chamber, we are consistent in how we apply the rules. I would urge members to vote against the ruling of the Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion,
Speaker,
Representative Winkler.
Is requested.
Oh, Representative Tice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The A7 amendment fits squarely within the landlord-tenant law and eviction law as found in Chapter 504B. It also addresses manufactured home parks as found in Chapter 327. In a bill that addresses eviction proceedings, eviction expungements, and manufactured home park law, this amendment is in order, and I would encourage members to vote against upholding the rule of the Speaker. Thank you.
Further discussion. I see Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to echo the comments of Representative New Brindley in my great concern for the strike zone continuing to be narrowed here. In fact, when I observe the continued narrowing of the strike zone, it becomes more and more, to me, the shape of a plow. And I certainly, with the number of omnibus bills that we're going to be discussing over these next few days into next week, that it might be much faster to simply accept a vote on some of these amendments. I know that you may not like them, but let's just vote, because I would hate to have a plow-shaped strike zone continuing to take shape. Thank you.
Further discussion. Representative Howard.
Madam Speaker, I would encourage a yes vote. I want to be clear, this adds a new section of law, Chapter 12, dealing with emergency powers. That's not in the Omnibus Housing Bill, and so I would encourage members to vote yes to uphold the ruling of the Speaker.
Further discussion. Right, seeing no further discussion, I will remind the body that the question before the body is, shall the decision of the Speaker stand as the judgment of the House? A yes or a green vote supports the ruling of the Speaker. A no or a red vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. Having been a roll call requested, the clerk will take the roll. Those that are voting remotely, please vote. Will the clerk call the names of all those members who haven't voted yet?
Baker.
Baker votes no.
Baker, no. Berg.
Berg, aye.
Berg, aye. Doubt. Doubt. Davids.
Davids votes no.
Davids, no. Fisher.
Fisher votes aye.
Fisher, aye. Franzen. Franzen.
Yep, Franson votes no.
Franzen, no. Grossel.
Grossel, no.
Grossel, no. Gruenhagen.
Gruenhagen, no.
Gruenhagen, no. Hausman.
Hausman, aye.
Hausman, aye. Katiza Watun.
Katiza Watun, aye.
Katiza Watun, aye. Lillie. Lillie, aye. Listlegard.
Listlegard, aye.
Listlegard, aye. Mariani.
Mariani, aye.
Mariani, aye. Marquardt.
Marquardt, aye.
Marquardt, aye. Mason.
Mason, aye.
Mason, aye. McDonald.
McDonald, nay.
McDonald, no. New Brindley. New Brindley, no. Novotny. Novotny. Pearson.
Pearson votes no.
Pearson, no. Pinto.
Pinto, aye.
Pinto, aye. Poston.
Poston, no.
Poston, no. Pryor.
Pryor, aye.
Pryor, aye. Rasmussen. Rasmussen, no. Sandsted.
Sandsted, aye.
Sandsted, aye. Sundin.
Sundin, aye.
Sundin, aye. Thompson. Thompson.
Thompson, aye.
Thompson, aye. Zhang Jie. Zhang Jie, aye. Doubt. Novotny. Novotny.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 69 ayes and 61 nays, it is the judgment of the House that the decision of the Speaker shall stand. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File Number 1077.
Third reading. Discussion to the bill. The member from Ramsey, Representative Herr.
Madam Speaker, members, I stand in support of the Housing Policy and Finance Bill, House File 1077. I want to first say thank you to Chair Hausman, Vice Chair Howard, and staff for the time, energy, and effort put into this bill. Though housing has one of the smallest budgets, that does not mean housing and the issues that lie before us in housing are small. Many of you have heard me say this before, but I believe it's worth repeating. Housing sits at the intersection of the disparities we face in economics, wealth, education, jobs, and health. If someone doesn't have safe and stable housing, they cannot secure a job, they can't build wealth, kids can't study and do well in school, and people can't manage their health. Owning a home is harder now than it was for my refugee parents 40 years ago. Affordability, supply, and financing create challenges to the dream of owning this asset, generating wealth, and passing it on to subsequent generations. Not only is owning a home challenging, but access to affordable housing for those who choose to rent is also difficult. During this unprecedented time, the pandemic has made it all the more important to protect tenants and address Minnesota's outdated tenant-landlord laws, which have not received serious revisions for decades. As it relates to House File 1077, I'd like to speak to 4 specific provisions in the bill. The first is establishing a statewide heat code of 68 degrees between October 1st and April 30th, reforming emergency repairs and bringing emergency repair court filings in line with small claims court filing from $300 to $70. The second is prohibiting surprise fees in leases and clarification of reasonable notice for when a landlord needs to access a tenant's home for non-emergency issues. The third is termination of lease upon infirmity. This allows renters to break their lease with ample notice if a physician-certified condition, illness, or disability makes living in their current housing a health issue. The last relates to eviction expungement and pre-eviction notice. It requires the courts to order an expungement for reasonable circumstances, such as when a defendant wins their case. The case is dismissed. Parties have agreed to expungement. If an eviction is more than 3 years old or the case is settled and the defendant fulfills the terms of the settlement. As for the pre-eviction notice, a 14-day notice to tenants is required before an eviction is filed. The provision provides landlords the same standards Minnesota already requires of tenants when a landlord fails to respond to a written repair notice before they are allowed to file a lawsuit. These are really important provisions that are needed in our housing to reform laws that have not been looked at for decades. These provisions are just a part of a really great omnibus bill. I am proud of the work that we did in this committee, and I ask for your support of House File 1077. Thank you.
The member from Blue Earth, Representative Munson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I rise in opposition to this bill today. I served in the Housing Committee last session, and we had a lot of healthy debate about housing issues and especially landlord-tenant law. I've spent 27 years in real estate as a real estate agent and owning properties and renting them out. I've never been a massive landlord, but I've always owned some rental properties, and I know a lot of other people who own 1 or 2 or 3 rental properties. It's an investment that a lot of Minnesotans make. We wouldn't be sitting here as a legislature writing hundreds of provisions to penalize restaurant owners and bar and some of these businesses that have been hardest hit by the governor's executive orders in the state the last year. But we're doing that today. This bill just really hurts people that have housing that they've been renting. They've been suffering because there's been tens of thousands of Minnesotans that have not paid rent. We've had a congresswoman from the cities who's been promoting people to not pay their rent. The governor put an eviction moratorium on and then prevented the property owners from taking the thousands of dollars that came from the federal government. People went out and bought durable goods instead of paying rent because they weren't required to, because the governor was saying they didn't have to pay. And we have a lot of people who have tenants that haven't paid in over a year. I've heard from property owners whose tenants applied for the grant money that the state was giving out to get caught up on rent, and they didn't qualify because they made too much money. We have a major housing crisis in this state because of the eviction moratorium, and that's not being addressed in this bill, except for to say property owners won't be able to find out who's being evicted, which is a very important decision in determining if you're going to rent to someone if they're already being evicted from the property they're in now. This bill also allows evictions to be expunged from people's records after the courts found them to be in violation and have to move out. And they can expunge the record if the previous landlord just agrees in writing that it could be expunged. Well, doesn't that create an incentive for tenants to then not pay their rent, be evicted, and then just go back to the previous landlord and make a deal with them to give them half or some of their rent but past due in order to sign a piece of paper to get an eviction? It's gonna just create more and more evictions as we have people out there who are taking advantage of this law. What people in the housing committee had a hard time understanding last session was the cost of rent is simply just a collection of what the cost of maintaining that property is, including vacancies. Vacancies are a real cost, and property owners don't want to have vacancies, and they will work with tenants for a long time to keep them in their properties, because that's having someone there is the best way to keep your property maintained. And this bill also goes through and basically discriminates against people who have illnesses and severe allergies to animals by requiring that pets, now we're talking about service animals, we're talking about companion animals, be allowed everywhere without the property owner being able to ask for a larger security deposit, because an animal of any size can be allowed in the property. And I don't want to talk about, companion animals that are ponies or, animals that aren't dogs, but this bill doesn't really clarify that either. There are people that have severe allergies and look for properties that are free of that, of dander, and have been, have a history of not having pets. And this bill doesn't provide for that. There's so many provisions of this bill that are bad, but overall, I just want to say that property owners across the state have had a really hard time because of the executive orders the governor has put down with this eviction moratorium. And this bill just kicks this industry when it's down. We have a problem with tenants that actually can't afford rent, and we need to figure that out too. But this bill is completely one-sided to hurt property owners. When we've seen the policies in St. Paul now with a major property development for affordable housing that's been rejected, there's a lot of conflict. It seems like you want housing and then you don't. I think we need to work out a better balance between landlord and tenant law, and this bill does not do that. So members, I'll be voting no, and I would encourage you to also vote no, and we need to fix this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker and members.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Agbadje.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Today I rise in support of House File 1077, particularly to the provisions that relate to tenants' rights. So I'm really glad to see that this bill will update Minnesota's laws as it relates to the eviction process. In many ways, Minnesota's eviction laws maintain the same structure as when they were created in 1858 when Minnesota became a state. One aspect of that is that unfortunately Minnesota is one of the states where an eviction can take place in as little as 10 days just after filing. In just over a week, a family's whole life can be turned upside down. As we know, an eviction makes it harder to find new housing, more likely that a family will end up in worse housing, or possibly with no options at all. This is all detrimental to a person's physical and mental health. It makes it hard to keep a job, and it harms children's performance in school. With this bill, we have an opportunity to make the court process clearer, less chaotic, more helpful,
and more humane. We know eviction comes down hardest on Minnesota's struggling families, and the data shows that Black women are more likely to be evicted than any other group in Minnesota. As an attorney myself who has volunteered with the Hennepin County Housing Court Project for more than 3 years, I've seen firsthand how destructive evictions are to families. I frequently counsel people who fall behind on rent and who just need that extra time to apply for emergency assistance. But at the speed at which our courts can hear and decide on eviction matters, that often prevents that. If this bill becomes law, tenants and landlords would have the time to find a meaningful solution and not have to go to the court as often. Updating the eviction process will help prevent unnecessary displacement of Minnesota families. Some of the updates to this bill include adding 7 days between summons and the first court appearance, and it also adds 10 days between the first court appearance and trial. And this allows tenants to either make a payment plan with the landlord or seek legal advice. This bill also requires more information in the court summons so tenants know exactly how they may have breached their lease as well as where they can seek additional resources. Finally, this provision will make eviction filings a non-public record until a judge makes a decision where the landlord prevails. The vast majority of landlords will not be affected by these changes since many of them are doing the work to prevent evictions. But when eviction does happen, these updated processes in this bill will create a more just system for all parties that ensures due process and helps them to understand their rights. These changes will go a long way to stabilize housing for many families across Minnesota. So I want to say thank you to Chair Hausman, thank you to Vice Chair Howard for working with our whole committee to put together this bill. Because of the significant investments in building new housing, preserving affordable housing, providing funding for more people to own a home, and protecting the rights of tenants across the spectrum, we are taking the critical steps towards the goal of ensuring that every Minnesotan can have a place to call home. I urge members to vote yes on this bill.
The member from Dakota, Representative Ryer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Today I'm proud to stand in support of House File 1077, which helps Minnesotans across the housing continuum maintain safe and stable housing situations. This bill reflects our shared value of caring for all people in our state, taking important steps to ending racial disparities in access to housing and home ownership. It also shows a commitment to being responsible stewards of state resources. Loss of housing is a root cause of many, many problems with health, education, and ability to keep a job among them. These are expensive and traumatic and have lasting effects. With housing investment, we stop them before they start. I'd like to speak to just a few provisions. One of the most direct ways to help people be in a home is through rental assistance. Bridges is a rental assistance program that provides housing subsidies to people living with serious mental illnesses while they're on the waiting list for federal Section 8 housing assistance. The program is available in 70 counties and the Leech Lake, Mille Lacs, and Bois Forte tribal nations, and currently serves over 800 individuals and families. Nearly 1/3 of Bridges recipients are households of color. I'm pleased that this provision, which I carried as House File 1860, matches the request from the Homes for All Coalition and the National Alliance on Mental Illness in Minnesota. House File 1077 also includes a set of provisions that help bring the landlord-tenant relationship into a better balance. These are common sense steps that simply ensure fairness and bring clarity to requirements for both parties. For example, Representative Hausman's House File 20 ensures that a proper notice has to be given to tenants if they're going to be evicted. Common sense, a minimal expectation, and note, Minnesota is one of only 7 states that does not require any notice to be given to tenants at all. As you've heard, Representative Agbaje offered House File 1060, which extends the eviction court timeline so people have more time to understand the process, assemble a reasonable defense, and plan next steps. Right now, it only takes about 10 days from filing to trial. Members, this goes fast when you haven't even received notice of your impending eviction. And Representative Richardson carried House File 450, which provides a right to counsel for people in public housing who have an eviction filed against them for reasons other than non-payment of rent, and which tend to be the more complicated cases. There are other provisions, including these by Representative Herr, which allow termination of lease when a tenant has to enter hospice care or a nursing home. That's House File 400. And another that provides protections for potential tenants from surprise fees hidden within a lease in House File 399. Members, these are not radical steps. They simply rationalize the processes. As a renter myself, I appreciate the protections they offer. And while I have an excellent landlord now, I've experienced the problems that can come with an unscrupulous or uncaring landlord. And while these are the exception, we simply must ensure that Minnesotans are looked out for. I want to close by thanking Chair Hausman for her leadership in committee this year and thanking all of the staff for their dedication and hard work. We have put together a bill that everyone can be proud to vote for, so members, please vote green on House File 1077. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Home. That's a great word, home. Very powerful word. It says that you've got not just a building to go to, but you have a place where your people exist and they hang out and they support you. They love on you. They help you with a bad day. They help you celebrate a great day. Home is a powerful word. And I think of my own kids. I have 6 kids. I have 2 of them out of the house. That's a good thing. But the 2 that are out of the house have said on a number of occasions in different ways that they view our home in Waconia, a physical address, as sort of their North Star. That if something goes wrong, if something bad happens, they can always follow the North Star home. My kid in the Navy who's in Japan right now deployed, he says, "Dad, I know that I can always count on you and Mom and our family and our home to be there to help me when I am in a tough spot because he's doing his job in the Navy." Home is powerful. And I will tell you, Chair Hausman, that some of the things in here I really do appreciate, and I see tremendous value in those, and I'm glad that you have put them in this bill. But this is a housing bill, and I believe that it fails to address some of the fundamental issues that are impeding other people from having that ability to have that North Star for their family, that are in the way of people who want to start off in a starter home pick a place here in Minnesota, but in my district, maybe it's in Mayer or Hamburg or New Germany or Waconia or Cologne or Victoria. Many of the things that we face in our housing crisis are not addressed in this bill, and I'm curious as to why. Certainly in the housing bill, you would think that we could address some of those issues. Certainly in the housing bill, you would think that the author would want to talk about the impact of zoning or the impact of land use, the impact of the cost of permitting, the impact of the cost of home inspections. And I asked the chair that in Ways and Means, but I will ask Madam Chair or Madam Speaker if the chair would yield to a question.
Representative Hausman, will you yield?
Yes, I will yield.
She will yield. Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Chair Hausman, you and I both share a passion for housing. And you articulated a distinction that I've got from where you are in Ways and Means the other day. But I guess my first question is, you know that my position on housing as one of the pieces of a large quadratic equation is perhaps zoning and land use and the cost of permits and the cost of inspections. And I asked you about those things. But in your housing committee, did you hear anything or have any hearings about those particular issues at all this year?
Representative Hausman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We certainly have heard and had attachments up to on committee agendas from all of the city groups that have weighed in. Members, I will say that there are some who believe that if we just cut regulations, codes, and fees, that developers could build affordable housing. My dilemma with spending too much committee time on this is the more time we spend on one aspect of the housing continuum, market rate development, that's what this is, the less time we spend on addressing the needs across the entire continuum. Here's what cities believe. Cities believe that development should pay for development rather than turning to property taxes. So for example, if costs borne by the cities, permits, inspections, and mostly infrastructure, if those costs borne by the city are not paid by the development, those costs are passed on to existing property taxpayers. Cities estimate that those local costs are from 3% to 7% of the sale price. The biggest drivers in this area are land costs, labor costs, and construction materials. So that's the context in which I have dealt with this.
Representative Nash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I guess the answer is no, there were not hearings about those impacts. And I will tell you, Chair Hausman, again, I look at this as a large quadratic equation that we all did in various levels of algebra, but there are a lot of different integers into solving this housing problem. And as a former mayor, I appreciate you saying that cities say this and cities say that, because when I was a mayor in the city of Waconia, we talked about this. And I will tell you, one of my fundamental disagreements with you is that you say development should pay for itself. Well, guess what? It does. When we were plotting and platting different developments that were going on in the city of Waconia, guess what? The developers paid to have infrastructure brought out, they paid to do certain things, and then they had those people who would move into those homes that were built on that piece of land pay for that development. So please don't think for a minute that development does not pay for itself. The chair alluded to a group, as she calls it, a small group of people who believe that building our way out of this is the solution. She minimized them in committee, and I will tell you this. I have spoken to hundreds of people who are in the housing industry. Now, housing industry doesn't necessarily mean those people who swing a hammer or those people who pour foundations. It is a lot of the following. It is people who work to put appliances into the home. It is people who work, like my best friend, the guy I spend a lot of time fishing with, is a tile contractor. He is impacted by the inability for people, Madam Chair, there's a little noise in the chamber. He is impacted, his livelihood and the future of his family is impacted by our inability to build homes. We have a pent-up demand for starter homes. We could build, according to many, up to 50 to 100,000 homes if we, one, had the labor, if we, two, had the ability to develop in such a way that people could have their starter home built. They could build the home that is that first North Star for their family. But we can't because of many of the impacts that are being brought forward, and I really wish we could have addressed this in this bill. I have worked on this since I arrived at the Capitol years ago because I have the insight of a mayor. I recognize that decisions that were made in City Hall chambers have an impact on people who are trying to buy a home. You make a conscious decision to have nothing but very, very large homes, that's what you're going to wind up. If you make a decision to have a requirement to have certain types of facades on the outside of the home or certain things inside of the home, that's going to change the price of that base product. We've learned from the realtors, both nationally and here in the state of Minnesota, that for every $1,000 you add to the cost of a home, you are effectively pricing 4,000 people out of that marketplace. So every dollar spent in zoning, every dollar spent in permitting, every dollar spent in fees adds up. And if you carry that forward in your mortgage for 15 or 30 years, it has that compounding effect, and it winds up making it so that you're paying more and more and more. But back to the chair's comment of folks who are, I believe in other times I've heard that they are cherry picking data. Well, here's a source that I found very interesting, and I can't say that any of us would believe that this is cherry picking. This came from the Wall Street Journal today. April 15th, 2021, 7 o'clock a.m. Eastern Time, the Wall Street Journal said that there's a roughly 3.8 million single-family homes short of where we need to be nationally. Here in the state, let's use a number between 50,000 and 100,000 houses that could be built so that people could have that North Star. The Wall Street Journal writes, the shortage is especially acute for entry-level homes, which makes it more expensive for first-time home buyers to enter the market. The chief economist said that from Freddie Mac. So certainly that's not cherry-picking things. The article goes on to say that in February, there were a 2-month supply of homes for sale, which is a near record low, according to the National Association of Realtors. I will tell you, based on the studies that I have done here in the state of Minnesota and the data that I have received from not just this, as Chair Hausman said, narrow-minded group of people or narrowly focused group of people, I'll correct that. I've talked to realtors and I've talked to builders around the state, and they are trying to solve the problem by building homes. They want to do that. So we have to really consider what are the impediments. And I'm not saying that solely building more homes or solely addressing the issue of permitting or different costs that I've articulated is the only solution, because I'm not that short-sighted. I do recognize that some of the things that are in Chair Hausman's bill do have an impact, and I'm pleased to see them moving forward. But anybody who says that the things that I have as concerns are not important enough to either have a hearing or to talk about are similarly myopic as to what you're accusing me of being myself. It is a complicated equation. It's one of those ones that when you're taking that algebra test in college, you're like, oh crap, this one's going to take a long time to solve. Yes, it is. But you cannot discount or dismiss the impact of decisions simply because some of your allies with the various city organizations say, oh, no, it's fine. It's going to be okay. Nash is bad. Not many of you may believe that, but that's okay. You have to address the totality of the situation, and you have to be willing to say, I'm okay with having a conversation about decisions that are made at county boards and city hall chambers and township sheds have an impact on how this all comes out. To get there, we have to have the tough conversations. We have to be willing to say, you know what? I'm willing to have that conversation. I'm willing to have a hearing. I'm willing to listen to a bill. I've offered up a number of bills. You know how many of those got hearings? 0. There's another part of the equation. We have to be able to create that healthy market so that people can find that place that they want to live. I got a couple calls over the summer. I got a couple of calls most recently. The one that I'm going to share with you, I'll share 2 stories with you. One is from a person who moved to my district. They said, Representative Nash, I love it out here. But we had to fight to find a home. We would go and we would put in an offer on one home, and next thing we know, there's a bidding war going on. And it's going up and up and up and up and up. That would have been a lot better situation if we would have had more inventory. Another good friend of mine has a daughter who is now a single mom. She posted to Facebook the other day a picture of her and her son with a sold sign in their hand. She was so proud. You could see the smile was literally ear to ear of her and her son who was on her shoulders. They had bought their first home. They had created that North Star for them. But they had to fight to get the house. because the inventory is low, the demand is high, the regulations are steep, the red tape is thick, and sometimes it's just really hard to get done. And that organization, sometimes it gets poo-pooed, has done some great research in the last number of years and has compared and brought forward the data on the impact of regulation as it relates to housing. And they did a side-by-side comparison of the cost of a home here in the Twin Cities and looked at that same home, the exact same home in parts of Wisconsin. Twin Cities housing was way higher, tens of thousands of dollars higher. Same home, same build, same everything, higher here in the Twin Cities. Help me understand that. Because I've tried. I've tried to figure that out. It doesn't make sense. We have to do better. And I am upset at the morphology of this bill because it does not contain any of those things that we should be talking about. We have not had one single discussion. You heard it from the chair, said, oh, we've talked about things, but we've never had a hearing. The last biennium we had a subcommittee on housing. Representative Fisher was the chair and Senator Housley was the revolving chair when it went back and forth. We were talking about these things. Why are we not talking about them now? The need is bigger than the last biennium. The impact is larger and greater and more dire than ever before, but we're not having the conversation. That's sad. And the things that the chair has talked about are effectively some subsidies. We cannot subsidize our way out of this problem. You know, I heard the chair say, well, in Ways and Means that she was excited that they could find ways to do tiny houses and that tiny houses were going to solve some of the housing problems that we have. No, it won't. There's no way you can build tiny housing developments at scale to make an impact. She talked about a concept of having like a hotel that I stayed at in Norway. You had your bedroom, but the bathroom and other facilities were outside of that. So that's sort of a housing solution that she offered. Now, that may solve the problem, but it's for a very small number of people. The engine of housing has to also contain the conversation around how are we allowing builders to do the job that they want to do on the land that the developers own. Developers buy land. There's one going on in my district right around the corner from me. A friend of mine has finally sold off part of his farm and it's being developed as homes. The person that owns that land should have as prominent a voice in how that gets developed as the municipalities do. And this is in the city that I'm the former mayor of, and I'm glad to know that they are taking it seriously. But many cities aren't. And it's okay to admit that sometimes cities get it wrong. The default position should not always be in defense of cities. There are some good cities, and there are some cities who are getting it wrong. That's okay to admit. But it's our job as the policy creators here at the Capitol to address and ameliorate those problems. And just blanket denial and defense of a default position of people who are getting it wrong is not how we solve those problems. Home. I think that home, again, is a supremely powerful word. My wife and I have been in our home for 20 years now. And we know that the impact that that home has on our kids is greater stabilization of the family unit. It's greater stabilization of creating those people who live there and grow there and move out from there, that they are a more stable human being who can go off and do great things in the world, like join the Navy, serve your country. But we are always home. We are home-based. We are that North Star. And those people who live in those homes and invest in their communities, their coaches, their mentors, They're that reliable person who you can always count on to come and give you a hand. They are the person who will invest in their community financially. You know, in my community, and I'm sure in a lot of yours, we have a lot of play structures and other things that were built and paid for by people who volunteered to give that into the community. Right now, there is an inclusive playground that is being built in my community and paid for in my community by the people who live there. That's what you get when you have people who can be stable in their home and invest in their community. So, Madam Chair, I cannot support your bill because I think it is not enough. You haven't provided an opportunity for all of those people, for lack of a better phrase, who are shopping for their own North Star to find it. We have to address the inventory issue, and subsidizing it is not the issue. We have to let the economic engine of home builders do that. And I want to remind you again that it's not just people who swing hammers and the developers who own the land. There is a huge adjacent market, and a lot of them are in my district. I have another friend who owns a cabinet company in the city of Cologne. He's always looking for people, and I was pleased to be able to refer one of my other friend's husband into that business. By the existence of that company and the strength and stability of that company, he was able to hire somebody else and provide greater stability for them. But if we eventually wind up not being able to service the market demands, we're lost. We're lost. So I appreciate some components of this bill, but it just comes up too short. There are no North Stars in this bill, and that's sad. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hertas.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I wasn't going to speak about this at all because I know how it's going to end. But then as I've been listening to the conversation, I felt I had to speak up on an industry that's been very good to me. You know, members, in Minnesota, we are able to boast a home ownership rate that far exceeds the rest of the nation. In fact, for the last 5 years, with the exception of 2018, our home ownership rates have exceeded 70%. Now, since the early 80s, I have spent my life in being a housing provider. I've created homes to your exact specifications as a custom home builder. I've worn the shoes of the developer developing land for our own company as well as other building companies. I've owned an engineering company that did the platting and design and engineering of the projects. And I can tell you firsthand some of the impediments that are involved with regards to actually creating affordable housing. And I've touched on these over the last several years, many years. In fact, as a freshman, I came here and I was assigned to the Housing Committee. And can you hear me, Madam Speaker?
Representative Hertas, we can hear you, yes.
Thank you. I had a icon in the middle of my screen that said to unmute myself. I'm sorry. Thank you. You know, I've seen some rather curious things going on here for the last 9 years here in the Minnesota legislature. During the great housing crisis, and as a reaction to that, I saw all sorts of actions being taken which were good-spirited in the hearts of servant legislators who want to protect their constituents, but many of the actions being taken actually contradict the supply of housing. For example, during the great housing downturn and a rise of mortgage foreclosures, there was all sorts of legislation to impede mortgage foreclosures and to actually actions like that would restrict the access to credit and the mortgage market in our own market. In addition, I've seen such onerous things, being proposed during that time where people who owned houses that were rental houses, if they were vacant because they were, for whatever reason, that cities were imposing fees as a vacant house. I think Minneapolis or St. Paul was one of the worst of them, imposing a fee of $7,500 if a house remained vacant. Members, regardless of what happens with the actual construction and housing industry, one thing doesn't change, and that is that our kids continue to grow, they mature, they go to college, they get an education, they marry, there's household formation, and all of that continues regardless of what is going on in the housing market. And we are seeing right now the culmination of really market forces working against us, a housing recession, household formation that continue to rise. We've had land use policies that are extraordinarily restrictive in terms of creating available land. And we've also seen during this time a consolidation of our local housing market, which was unique in the Midwest, has been getting greatly consolidated into national home building companies, those big evil corporations that so many of you despise. So a lot of these practices have really worked against the housing industry. Now, you've heard Representative Nash speak about fees and things that go on that drive the cost of housing, and I also am a member of Ways and Means, and I've heard the chair and author of the bill here say that she doesn't accept the premise that that is going to lower costs. But I do need to make you aware of the things that are having impacts on housing. Not too long ago, I developed a project in the northern suburb, about 80 or 90 lots. I remember having to battle City Hall on all sorts of issues with regard to what the market is. That community said, we don't want any affordable housing. We want expensive homes. One of the ways that they did that is to make the development before you build a house very expensive. One way you can do that is you can mandate $7,000 light standards on each corner. You can dictate the minimum size of the lots, and you can lower density. And obviously, when you're talking about different ideas that sound so wonderful, and a lot of these urban planners have all these great concepts like tiny houses with great open spaces, community gardens, but guess what, folks? It comes down to density. You still have to divide the total amount of land into the number of units that you're not being able to build, but being allowed to build on. Let me qualify that. I mean, I made comments in Ways and Means. If I came into a suburban ring and wanted to propose a 50-lot subdivision like I grew up in St. Louis Park and create some affordable housing, certainly that would be within the reach of a lot of middle-class families. They'd laugh me right out of town. Get out of here, Hertas. We don't want any of that kind of stuff. So, the housing building industry is really quite a challenge. And like I mentioned, we've got a paradox of things coming together at bad time. We've got increased demand, household formation by young people who are wanting to start families and buy homes. But we still have a problem with regard to the home ownership rates among minorities. And I also own a real estate brokerage, and I can tell you one of the big handicaps you struggle with a lot of young people and a lot of people who are trying to raise families is you don't have two incomes. And household fragmentation is a whole other subject, but it's a real big issue. Trying to purchase a home with a lot of long-term debt and the lack of financial acuity in terms of understanding that there are certain things you need to do first before you start taking on long-term debt with regard to installment notes on cars and automobiles. There are priorities, but once you have that home, you can start to access the equity that you build by home ownership, and you grow wealth in your home. And Representative Nash talked very passionately about what homes are. Homes shouldn't be regarded as an investment, but nonetheless, they end up being one of the major assets in every family's portfolio in terms of building wealth, because eventually, by the time the kids are gone, the mortgage is soon retired, and you start accumulating some wealth and you position yourself for a more comfortable retirement. So, you know, when you're developing land, like I mentioned, if you can afford to live here, then we're happy to have you. That's the underlying current I've seen as a developer with a lot of communities and attitudes of people just like you and I who sit on city councils. They worry about crime and adverse elements and what's going to be coming to our suburbs. So we just make the projects expensive. That's one way to keep people out. So zoning is an issue. Expensive landscaping, entrance monuments, making them all pretty, that all adds to the cost of the home. So this bill in particular has many assaults on private property rights. And again, in a very attempt to create an alternative form of affordable housing, safe housing, we all agree that having a home is a good thing and having a safe place to go to is necessary. There's 46,000 folks who live in manufactured homes on different types of manufactured home parks. And some of the proposals you're putting forward is certainly going to end the parks as you know them. You're certainly not going to encourage the growth of any of them. And it is a real violation of the Realtor Code of Ethics to being disclosing any of the terms or conditions or price of a transaction before it closes. That's confidential information. And you're proposing to require prospective agents to disclose stuff that the Realtor Code of Ethics says you don't do that. You can't do that. It's been some years since I joined the legislature, since I've been actively building homes, but I'm still developing land and creating opportunities for other builders. More on the transactional side, I'm going to be doing a project in my own community this year. But I'm also seeing the increased resistance and pressure, the things we have to go through, the hoops you have to jump through, the multiple layers of water jurisdictions and reviews and fees that have to be paid, trunk area charges, laterals. I mean, it costs millions of dollars to build a project. So much that it's become more attractive that I'm working on projects in 2 other states rather than here at home. It just makes more sense. So I'm telling you firsthand that you can't ignore some of the things that have been talked about here this afternoon. And, you know, it's my desire that everybody can own a home. We all know that homes create stable neighborhoods. And in the real estate community, in the brokerage community, we know that nearly 2/3 of all home buying decisions are made with schools in mind. And we have a track record of investing pretty well compared to other states in our schools. So we have a lot of good reasons why people maybe should want to own a home in our communities. But all of that said, you know, it's just troubling to see the perpetual lack of acknowledgement of what is going on in the industry and the culmination of increased costs and prices and not being able to talk about some of the issues that go on. Another northern suburb, when I would walk in to pick up a building permit, it was also an additional $2,500 fee just to pick up a water meter that costs $110 in other communities. You know, these types of creative ways to create revenue for city budgets has always been on the back of the development community. There's been proposals by those who advocate affordable housing to use one of the tools in the toolbox of requiring all new plats to come in that have to have 10% of the lots maybe have to be affordable housing. Well, guess what? When you talk about tools in the toolbox like that, you're basically saying that in order to make that lot affordable in maybe a middle or high-end neighborhood, you've got to burden all the other lots with the cost of that lot. That means you're asking every other person who buys a home in that project to subsidize someone else living in the neighborhood by paying higher prices on the cost of their lots. Lastly, with regard to the burden of new development, we talk about roads and lane improvements and things that have to be done, and largely those things are negotiated in the approval and planning process of any new development. But what is often lacking from the argument is the refusal to acknowledge all of the tax capacity that's being added on into this community by building a whole new neighborhood. Millions of dollars of new tax capacity, which benefits counties, school, local government. So it's a false argument to say that housing doesn't pay for itself. We know that it does. And when we have vibrant, growing communities, what that also brings is more commercial business, which helps lower real estate property tax rates based on our complex property tax system. When you have a customer base, then the business will follow. So no matter what your attitude is about growth and development, it's going to happen. It's going to continue to happen. And the responsible way is to manage that growth and to manage it in such a way that you can welcome it and mitigate any of the negative impacts. But with that, Madam Speaker, there's no way that I can support this bill with the language, and particularly the things that are going on with regard to, despite the fact that I build custom homes and develop land, I think that mobile home parks are a wonderful way for people to get started who do not have the scratch to put down on purchasing a new home, or maybe don't have the credit. But it allows them to build equity and to make that life cycle step in housing that is available to so many people. And some people just like living in a park like that and find it very affordable, and based on their income, they can enjoy a lot of other things that other people with higher incomes do because they don't have a disproportionate amount of cost with regard to their housing. So you've heard enough from this guy about development and housing, and I'm going to yield the floor, but thank you, members. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for listening. Some of the communities that I was referring to on the north side of town, I think you live up on that side of town, and so I won't mention names, but we can do a lot more. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the good conversation here tonight on this housing bill. And I want to thank Representative Nash for articulating some really good points about the fact that there's nothing in this bill to address the rising home costs or to make housing more affordable. And I'd like to address a little bit about the mandates that are in this bill. And most of you in this chamber know that my husband and I are housing providers, and at one time we owned 80 to 100 units, and now we have just 3 duplexes. But I just wanted to address some problematic parts of this bill from the standpoint of housing providers and how this bill is going, if it would ever become law, which it won't because the Senate is not going to go along with these provisions, but how this is actually going to make housing even more I guess, rare and more difficult to come by, because what you're going to be doing is forcing housing providers out of the market. They're not going to want to put up with a lot of these mandates. one of the things that is in this, I believe it's in this bill, and maybe it's in another bill traveling, but just the requirement that housing providers must not discriminate against people based on their income source. And I can tell you from personal experience in the various properties that we've owned, that these inspectors come around for Section 8 and other types of housing, and you can get one inspector, you can get 5 inspectors from the same county, and they all find different things with your property that you have to do, and they're never on the same page. They all have different requirements, and it's expensive. It's expensive, and we keep good properties, but they find little nitpicky things, there's some other issues there. I don't think that the government should be telling housing providers who they have to take as far as people that are going to be living and occupying their property. That's the decision for the housing provider. And members, one of the other problems with this bill is the extension of, there's the 14-day notice ahead of having, before the person is, before the expungement, or not the expungement, I'm sorry, the unlawful detainer is filed. And I can tell you, we have worked with any tenant that is willing to work with us. If their car broke down and they had car repair expenses, if they lost a job or their hours got cut back, we are more than willing to work with people. We don't want people to move. It's expensive for us, and we've bent over backwards for people, particularly that have kids in the home, because we know how stable housing is important to those families, and we don't want those kids to have to be uprooted. But at the same time, we have a mortgage to pay on our properties, and so we need to collect the rent so we can pay our mortgage. So this 14 days added on top of a notice you probably already have in your lease. Our lease says that rent is due by the 5th of the month, and if you haven't paid by the 10th of the month, then you're likely to have an unlawful detainer filed against you. So we're already giving them, and many landlords have that same policy, they're already giving them some lead time. To add another 14 days and then wait for the court date to get in to actual court, that tenant by that time is going to be another month or month and a half behind in their rent. So you're not doing people favors. And the final item that I'd like to address is the mandatory expungement. And members, one of the things that we try to do is we try to make a safe and stable environment for our tenants. And I can tell you that if we can't see if someone has a criminal background, when we do the background check, you're putting not only, we're going to have to take on the liability potentially of somebody that could come in and harm other people that live in the same complex or the other side of the duplex. If you have somebody that comes in and their property or their record was expunged, but let's say they were stalking a woman that lived in that building, in a building where they lived several years ago, and then they move into your building and they start doing the same thing. That's what you're creating here. You're creating a less stable environment. And I will say too that when we look at a rental application, we look at a person's income, their ability to pay, and put a lot of stress on what their past rental history is with their prior landlord. Were they good renters? Did they pay on time? Did they destroy the property? Did they follow the other rules in the lease? So those are things that are really important. And if we aren't allowed to find those things out before someone moves into our property, there's a really good likelihood that we aren't going to own that property much longer. And members, what I'm concerned about with this bill, with the mandates that you're placing on housing providers, is that you are going to discourage private ownership of housing. And We know that the government doesn't have a particularly good track record in owning rental property. And so, members, I can't support this bill, and I would ask members to vote no. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hausman.
Madam Speaker and members, I rise today in support of House File 1077, the Housing Omnibus Bill. I first want to thank Chair Hausman, Vice Chair Howard, and our great, wonderful housing team for their hard work and dedication to solve the housing crisis, or put at least a couple puzzles in this piece to help Minnesotans who are struggling with housing issues. For someone who represents a district that has it's 86% renters, you can understand my passion to housing and why I care about eviction laws being reformed. Research indicates that housing supports better educational outcomes and improved life chances for young people. Folks who live in stabilized housing are the ones that result in living in healthier, happier, and safer lives. Stable housing promotes labor mobility and the growth and productivity of our state's economy. It provides the circumstance to build saving and financial resilience to meet life's challenge. 2020 has thrown many surprises at us. A pandemic that took many lives, confined us to our homes, and shut down our economy. When the governor announced a shelter in place, we had thousands of Minnesotans who have no place to call home. We also had thousands of Minnesotans who have lost their jobs and were unable to pay their rent and mortgages, buy their food for their family, and continue to provide for their loved ones. If it weren't for the eviction moratorium in place, we would have 10,000 Minnesotans out on the street. As we all know, evictions are not COVID-related issue only. We had thousands of families struggling with evictions on their record prior to COVID. According to research, the people facing the highest risk of evictions are people that look like me. They're low-income women of color, followed closely by families with children and domestic violence victims. Families who are evicted regularly lose their possessions, lose their jobs, and experience higher rates of depression. And to make this matter even worse for children, the instability caused by evictions can result in worse outcomes in education, health, and future earnings. This bill has many great provisions addressing the home ownership gap, shelter appropriations, affordable housing funding, housing assistance, and of course, updating our eviction laws. Representative Nash talked about that we don't have enough, we're not building enough homes. I do agree with you. We're not building enough homes. But I have a House file for that. I'll send you the House file number and you can sign on that. We have 60,000 families of color who are mortgage ready in the state of Minnesota and cannot find a home to purchase. And Minnesota leads the nation on the worst home ownership gaps between whites and BIPOC communities. Eviction provisions in this bill are imperative to keep families housed and safe. The provision that people echoed on the 14-day notice that they have concerns is actually one of the things that I'm very excited about. Did you know that it takes 21 days for Hennepin County to process emergency assistance, and that's prior to COVID, and Ramsey County 14 days? If someone lost their job today and they applied for emergency assistance in our two biggest counties, they would have to wait 21 days or 14 days to get assistance for their case to be processed, not to get assistance. So this 14-day notice will allow families to apply and use that 14-day notice letter to maybe process and speed up their cases. This legislation gives folks more time and to find the appropriate needed assistance before an eviction is filed. It's a fact that eviction is costly and it impacts families and individuals negatively for many years to come. So it's my understanding that we're avoiding the filing of eviction in the first place and finding common ground between landlords and tenants. The eviction expungement reform. When I first came to this body in 2019, it was one of the legislations that I carried. We had people that came and testified, and they had evictions on their record from the year 2000. That was almost 20 years. They didn't even know that they had eviction in 20 years on their record. That's how long eviction stays on your record, unless it's expunged, unless you actively expunge. I used to be a housing advocate, and what's so sad about housing court is that it feels like the judges are hypnotized by landlords who have expensive lawyers, and the families who are mostly poor and low income and BIPOC Minnesotans, and a lot of them are single women, single mothers, are coming there not even knowing what the process is. Before they know it, they have an eviction on their record. Permanent punishment for a one-time or infrequent issue should not hunt tenants. Eviction that's 3 years old or more should be expunged. That's common sense. At some point, we need to stop holding people's past mistakes or situations against them. Loss of an income, loss of a roommate, financial emergence. Eviction hurts families. Eviction is one of the top reasons why people are homeless. Eviction costs us money. Proper housing saves lives. Madam Speaker and members, I urge a green vote on this imperative legislation to help thousands of Minnesotans stay housed. Thank you.
The member from Douglas, Representative Franzen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. You know, I remember when I first bought my very first house, back when I was starting out, and it was in St. Cloud, was where my first house was. And I was married at the time, commuting from St. Cloud to Minneapolis, where I held my corporate job. And my husband was commuting to Alexandria, where he has his job at a local lumberyard. Anyway, that was kind of a big deal because I never really honestly thought that, you know, I would be able to get a home. And I just remember the day that we signed the papers. Now, this is just before the housing crash. So we bought before the housing crash in 2005, I think, 2004, I think that's when we bought our first house. So a few years before the crash. Anyway, I just remember being so excited the day that we signed on the dotted line, and it's just a memory that I'll never forget. We eventually sold that house and then moved to Alexandria due to the fact that gas was simply just becoming too costly for us to both be doing that commute. Besides, we had a little baby who was going to daycare in Alexandria at the time, and it was just not cost efficient for us to stay in St. Cloud. So we sold that house. We made zero money on it. We were just lucky to break even at that time. We had only been in there for like 19 months or so. And then we bought this house in Alexandria. Now this is when, kind of reminds me of what we're going through this time with the housing market. There's very limited supply. So I kid you not, my husband was driving around and this house went on the market. And it hadn't even been listed for a day. And he said, Mary, this house is on the market. I think we should look at it and put an offer in. So we put an offer in that day, and it was kind of one of those bidding wars, and we did get it. But this was really seriously before the crash. So I think we got into this house in 2005. And so we bought high, and you know, still, I just looking back and thinking to myself, I can't believe we have this house, so nice. It's a beautiful neighborhood. I still live there. But fast forward to today, I am very concerned about the future of my children, their friends, all of our children really. Will they be able to own a home? And right now, housing costs are out of control. My ex-husband still works at that same lumber yard, and he keeps me apprised on the status of pricing, as well as many contractors in my district. Right now, we're looking at OSB was $9 before the pandemic. It's now $35 a sheet or even higher. In some places of the country, it's over $40 for one sheet of OSB. Lumber prices are up over 300% over the past year, which is extremely concerning. You know, the home ownership is the key to wealth. It is the key to financial prosperity. It is also the main key driver of wealth. And so I think about what's happening in our country, in our state, with the costs of housing right now, these bidding wars that are going on. A house will go on the market and they'll start bidding up $10,000, $15,000 more than what the house even appraises for, simply because people are eager to get into a home, to be able to own that piece of the American dream. So I was kind of saddened to see that nothing in this bill addresses those issues, addresses the issues of lowering the cost of being able to get into a home of their own. You know, renting is great for many people. Many people are happy to be renters. Some, though, they really just want to be able to own that piece of property. As I said, to be able to have that little piece of property that they can build for their wealth, for their retirement. So members, I hope when this goes into committee, there can be some sort of agreement on how to address these issues. Granted, it is probably not the purview of the legislature to start mandating the cost of lumber and OSB, but certainly there are things that can be done to lower the costs in other areas as we look into this very important issue. And with that, thank you for your time, members.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Meckland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, this is an interesting conversation. I've heard a lot from many people. I'm uniquely positioned because I do this stuff. I work on homes. I fix homes. Actually, I remodel a lot of homes. I make them better. I make them more efficient. I make them cleaner. But I think a lot of people don't understand what makes it so expensive. And that's part of the concern that I have, is to understand how it gets so expensive and why it gets so expensive. And a big part of it is many mandates, many municipalities, permits, and alike. After I was elected in the beginning, there was many building officials that had reached out that had concerns to the permitting process, and because that's very clear, it cannot be overcharged. It must be fair and commensurate to the service provided. And I don't think a lot of people understand that, or don't know, perhaps, that for all the costs that are put upon the developer as well as the builder, they pass that on to the home buyer, which they finance. And when they finance that, it doubles or triples depending on the interest rate. And it's a big concern. And then their tax base is based on that as well. Oh, by the way, so is their homeowners insurance. So we keep having this conversation about lack of affordable housing, but nobody actually wants to deal with any of this. What we're actually doing as a state, and not me so much, but others, we keep pushing more costs. We have so many costs coming forward in so many different committees, whether it's local government, whether it's energy, whether it's all of them, 2-3 dozen times. We have additional things. It's only $20. It's only, or I should say, $50 or $100 or $500 or, $2,000, $8,000, $10,000 even. That's all it is. But we're going to ask them to finance it. Young buyers, maybe first-time homeowners. If you're not aware, as of 2018, over 30% of the homes in Minnesota that were for sale are over $425,000. As of late, my neighbor bought his house for, I think, $289,000. 2013 or maybe 15, whatever it was. Put it on the market for $495,000. Yeah, well, 25 offers later, I think it came in at $525,000. How do we have affordable housing, or why do we have a lack thereof? I think the state actually gets in the way of much of it, and a big part of why I'm here, because we tend to get in the way. We think we're the cure, or many do, when we are actually the problem. And lumber costs right now, extremely high. Yep. That'll fix itself once we get back to normal. Hopefully soon. But labor, tough one. I don't know. Education keeps pushing kids not to get in the trades. We'll work on that too. But at the end of the day, the bigger problem is what never goes down would be the state regulated fees, the taxes, the regulations, the license mandates, all the stuff that is put upon all of us that actually do it. If you look back just to 5 or 6 years ago, maybe 7 years ago, there was a third more contractors than there are now. Why? It's a serious question. Because they got out. Some retired, some joined with others, but here we are. So we have a lack of labor, we have a lack of product right now. We'll get past that. But we also have to get a lack of government. Get out of our way. Let us do what we can do, because those of us that know how to do it, we can do it well. And I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Wright, Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Chairwoman Hausman, Representative Hassan, Representative Abaje, Representative Herr, Representative Ryer. I truly believe your comments. I truly believe you have a passion and have a good will, a good intent to help struggling homeowners, to help struggling renters with the cost of housing. But here's the fact regarding this bill. There is nothing in this bill that addresses the systemic cause and root cause of the housing crisis. Nothing in this bill. Nothing addresses the systemic problems of the housing crisis. I come at this from multiple perspectives. I'm a housing provider, and I have been for many, many years. I am a real estate agent. My wife is a real estate broker. She has her own brokerage. I'm a licensed building contractor, and I'm a former city council member before I was elected to the Minnesota House. So I have the experience. And as I have been listening here to the great speeches, I've taken down many different bullet points. On the multiple offers right now, wearing my real estate agent hat, there are multiple offers, and I cannot overestimate how serious this issue is. It's the law of supply and demand. And so it's not just, as we've heard a couple speakers now, 10, 15, 20,000. There are some multiple offers that are driving up the price by $50,000 over list price. And buyers are doing everything they can to come out on top. And one of the things that they are doing is making their offers non-contingent. You have cash offers that are winning out over lending. You have buyers that are making offers without an inspection contingency. And members, so you can imagine a scenario here. Purchasing a house $30,000 over list price without it being contingent upon an inspection. So there could be serious problems with the house. It could be mechanical. There could be water problems with the roof. I mean, it could be a whole host of issues. And here you might have a scenario where somebody barely, by their fingertips, they reach up and they can barely afford that house by having to drive the price up tens of thousands of dollars over asking. Then they might suffer an issue 3 months down the road that costs them thousands of dollars more, and it might put them in a financial bind. So one of the things that I look at continuing as a real estate agent or putting on my hat as a building contractor, I really appreciate the quality of housing construction, architecture, and the materials used. And I grew up in Northeast Minneapolis when my parents lived out there, and then in New Brighton. So among the neighboring cities there on the St. Anthony edge of Northeast Minneapolis, the cities of St. Anthony, Columbia Heights, Fridley, New Brighton, many of these houses, Columbia Heights, for example, much of the construction out there happened in the 50s, the decade of the 50s. Much of the construction throughout the city of New Brighton occurred. The development of New Brighton was approximately the decade of the 60s. And then when I drive through East River Road in Fridley, one of the things that really gives me a goosebumps actually is how large the lots are. Look at the lots in Fridley. Look at the size of those lots. Fridley developing approximately the 60s and the 70s. Looking at the construction of Columbia Heights and New Brighton, it was the norm back then to have hardwood floors. It was the norm to have stucco. Today, hardwood floors, stucco siding are considered extreme upgrades because of the price. So when you compare decades ago, large lots, not having a homeowners association, and the types of building materials that were used to today. Today, as Representative Hertas was articulating, developers have to pack in these houses like sardines on 0.15, 0.2 of an acre. And then it's vinyl siding, it's materials that are not the upgrade. Builder grade cabinets, builder grade flooring. When it comes to the paint quality, it's flat paint versus eggshell, semi-gloss, right? I mean, these things matter. And so we need only look at the lot size, the density, and the materials used as a barometer over the decades when looking at these neighborhoods and when they were constructed to see the consequence of government mandates. By the way, just to reiterate, there is nothing in this bill that addresses the systemic cause of the housing crisis. The systemic root cause is government mandates. And this bill only exacerbates that problem. It makes it worse. Government created the problem of the housing crisis, trying to use the tax code, trying to use other incentives to engineer outcomes that government bureaucrats and government politically expedient politicians have tried to manipulate over the decades. And then as it is unwinding and creating more problems, those are coming forward with additional answers saying that government is the solution. Government caused it, and now government is going to be the answer. And that is not going to make anything better. When I put on my hat of a city council member, I am thinking the developers that came in and we would examine the ideas that they would bring forward and their proposals. And one of the things that I learned as a city council member was for those cities, right out here where we are a growing city, we have many fields yet much rural areas, and that is changing. But what has to happen is, compared to those cities that are mostly or fully built out, like Hopkins, like Golden Valley, like New Brighton, right? These areas are fully built out already, but comparing that to our out here in our parts of Minnesota, as a city council, we have to put together a comprehensive plan looking forward 30 years. And one of the variables that we have to take into consideration when building these comprehensive plans is the number of parks that we want to have. So when we're composing this comprehensive plan, 30 years that we have to update every 10 years, we're looking at where do we want parks to exist. Based on the number of parks, the square miles of parks in total, it's a computation that occurs. Well, how much is it going to cost us through the next 100 years of a city fully built out to achieve those number of parks? And that's in part how park dedication fees are derived. And so it makes sense for those cities that are turning from rural to having housing development go in, right? Park dedication fees being charged based on the number of lots, et cetera, et cetera. But one of the things, just one example of how government is interfering with the free market and naturally occurring lower prices would be, I remember it was a couple of years ago. I believe it was when Republicans first in the House here, we just got into the minority, which would have been maybe 3 years ago then, if my memory serves. But I was astonished at the proposal that the city of Minneapolis came forward, and they wanted to change state law to allow them to charge park dedication fees on redevelopment. Well, members, that is the complete opposite of what park dedication fees are supposed to be for. Again, using the scenario of having a city that is in the process of being built out and a park dedication fee being charged to those lots that are being newly developed, right? Their contribution, each lot's contribution to a fully built out square miles of park citywide. Well, Minneapolis is fully built out already. And so they are simply double dipping by charging a park dedication fee again on a lot that's already been developed, a tear down's occurring, and a new house is being built. That is just one example of how government interference is causing prices to continue to increase by double dipping and charging more fees, which in turn just get passed on to the eventual home buyer of that. Another point. Representative Hertaus spoke about tax capacity. Members, I just want to submit this for your consideration and see how these unintended consequences have impacts downstream, and what we're living in right now is going to permeate several years into the future. So there is we have the eviction moratorium, we have the shutdown of bars and restaurants over the past year plus. And this has caused the value of commercial industrial property to decrease. So a commercial building's value is determined, unlike residential property, the method to value a commercial property is based on how much revenue it can derive. And because much of the revenue in commercial industrial properties is by the tenants, when you have shutdowns of bars and restaurants, for example, that means the landlord is not able to charge rent. And then when it comes to the tax valuation time, because the landlord was unable, in the case of 2020, to collect rent for 3 months, 25% of the year, that has an impact on how much revenue was collected, and therefore it's going to have a detrimental impact in the tax valuation that occurs in January of 2021 for taxes payable in the year 2022. So in the year 2022, because there was a decrease in the value, the tax value that was calculated in 2021, well, guess what happens? Guess where most of our school districts achieve a significant amount of revenue from? Commercial industrial property. And so with commercial industrial property going down, because Governor Walz mandated those buildings to be shut down in case of bars or restaurants, that's going to have a consequence on school funding several years into the future. And then it's going to take several years to come back for the commercial industrial property. Another example, Representative Franzen was speaking about how just the gleeful moment it is when closing on a property. I remember when I bought my first house, April 13th, 2000. I was a truck driver at the time, and I believe my wage was, I think it was $14 an hour. And I was able to afford my first home, myself and my wife. $14 an hour. And the home at the time that we purchased out here in Dayton, $133,500. 3-bedroom, 1.5 bath, tuck under garage on 0.35 of an acre. No homeowners association. On a cul-de-sac, by the way. What a happy time. When I drive around today now, 20 years later, and I'm looking at these new developments, 0.15 of an acre, starting in the mid 300s, right? So that means 350. Starting in the 350s, homeowners association on top of that, 0.15 of an acre. How does somebody afford that? And nothing in this bill is going to solve that. Nothing. And with the prices going up, we have a homestead exclusion here in the state of Minnesota. But that homestead exclusion has a cap. It phases out. And I don't know what the exact dollar amount is, but my memory serves it somewhere around the 600,000 dollar amount, somewhere in that neighborhood. And you can imagine how, if starter homes are at 350, right, it's not too far to get to that phase out of the tax exclusion. By no means wealthy. Representative Scott spoke about helping tenants. My wife and I got into becoming housing providers at the last housing crisis, when prices went down. And we did not have, for a number of years, we did not have a single tenant who applied, or a prospective tenant who applied, who had not undergone either medical complications and had bills and poor credit due to that, had undergone foreclosure themselves, and potentially even bankruptcy. Not a single prospective tenant had a good credit score, not a single one. But you know what? We were willing to help people. And that is the vast majority of housing providers across the state of Minnesota, willing to help, as Representative Scott articulated. We want to do everything possible to help good people who lost their homes or otherwise got into financial difficulty for no fault of their own. But the bill like this that fails to address the systemic problem of the housing crisis, which is government mandates, is not going to help housing providers like myself and my housing provider colleagues provide safe and market low, naturally occurring affordable housing. It's not. This bill is going to make it worse. Then lastly, if Chair Hausman would yield for one question.
Chair Hausman, will you yield for a question?
I will yield.
She will yield. Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Chair Hausman. So Representative Munson brought up a really good point, something I had not considered, in regards to the service animals versus the support animals. So in your bill, beginning on line 28.11, it speaks about service animals and support animals. And the definition in your bill of service animal makes a reference to federal regulations. So I looked up what the definition of a service animal is per the definition in your bill. And as I look at here, it is a dog. That's it. It is only a dog. Well, then I look at your bill, you have a new definition here for support animal. And so my question for Chair Hausman is under your definition of support animal, do you have any specification of what species animal that might be? Are there any limitations?
Representative Hausman.
Madam Speaker, I would like to yield to Peter Fisher, the author of the bill.
Representative Peter Fisher, will you yield?
Yes, I will yield.
And I assume you heard the question for Representative Lucero.
If Representative Lucero could repeat the question again,
Okay,
please.
Representative Lucero, could you please repeat the question?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Fisher. My question is regarding the definition of support animal. The section in the bill is quite lengthy, but could you confirm or deny that there is any specification as to what species a support animal may or may not be?
Representative Fisher.
Thank you. The species is left over this open. This was something that was common agreement between the renters and legal aid and a number of other people and the landlords associations to come up with a way to address the issues that were facing people. We want to make sure that there was proper documentation out there to make sure that there was an official way for people to be able to meet the criteria, because it's not always a dog, it's not always a cat.
Representative Lucero.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And that confirms my high degree of concern. It's wide open, as we just heard. Whereas federal regulations, they have the wisdom to define and limit a service animal as a dog. A support animal now is simply anything that provides emotional comfort, gives warm fuzzies. And so that could be a pig. You know, I know somebody that has a pet pig, and I love it. But as a housing provider, I would not want a prospective tenant to apply that has a pig living in the house. Because under the bill, I will be prevented as a housing provider from denying them. I have to treat them no different, nor am I able to charge any additional pet deposit under the definition of support animal. It could be a peacock. Right, I've heard of these examples of peacocks coming onto airlines as their support animal. It could be a ferret. I do not want a ferret or a support iguana in my house. But if I do allow that, I want to be able to charge an additional pet security deposit. I have no idea what damage an iguana can do, but I do know that iguanas climb up the walls. And they stay on the curtains. The ferrets, right? I don't know where they go. You know, my brother had a hedgehog when he was younger. I don't want a support hedgehog. But if I were to permit that as a housing provider, I want to be able to charge a pet deposit. So I don't care if your hedgehog or your porcupine or your peacock gives you the warm fuzzies. You know, you're going to have to pay a pet deposit for that because of the damage that might occur to my property. So, Madam Speaker, we need to address the systemic problem of the housing crisis, which is government mandates. This bill does not do that. We need to do that. We can do it, and we should do it. We can get government out of the way. We can help bring naturally occurring affordable housing, naturally occurring maintaining of lower rents. We can do that by reducing these government mandates that are increasing the cost of housing. We can end the systemic problem of housing crisis, government mandates. Please vote no. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank Chair Hausman, the members of the Housing Committee, as well as community members that testified this session and helped form what is a strong bill to address a crisis that looms large over our entire state. Members, this is one of the very first omnibus bills we're going to take up, and I think that's incredibly fitting given how central housing, the ability to be safe in your home, is to all aspects of your life and all aspects of our work to build a better Minnesota. And so I'm going to ask you to dream with me a little bit about a future in Minnesota where every single person has access to an affordable place to live. And I want you to think about what that Minnesota looks like and how that would impact our work in our other budget areas. If it's helpful, just repeat after me. There's no place like home. There's no place like home. Okay, you get the idea. Imagine in this Minnesota that every child knows where they're going to sleep tonight. That no families are going to have to move school districts in the middle of the year because they've been evicted. What would that look like as we craft an education bill and try to reduce the opportunity gaps in our schools? Imagine that in this Minnesota, after paying their rent, every family has enough to buy groceries, enough to pay for their medical bills, enough to pay for expired tabs. In this Minnesota, would we be safer? Would we be healthier? Would we be happier? Imagine a Minnesota where every worker could live in the community that they choose and have a job. How would that affect our economic competitiveness? How would that affect our local economies across our state? Okay, we can take off our ruby slippers now, because that is not the reality in Minnesota. The reality is for hundreds of thousands of Minnesotans, 500,000 Minnesotans struggle to afford their homes. And the problem is not getting better, it's getting worse. Despite a greater focus here at the legislature, the forces that be are making this a worsening crisis in our state because we're simply not building enough housing to meet the demand. We're not preserving the housing that we do have. Rent is driving up faster than incomes and has for decades. It's one of the reasons that in 2019, we had a 10% increase in homelessness. 10,000 Minnesotans experienced homelessness in 2019, and that was before a global pandemic. And as members have stated, we have one of the worst gaps in home ownership equity in the country. 77% of Minnesotans who are white own their homes, just 25% of black Minnesotans own their homes. This is the reality, but it doesn't have to be. We can build a future in Minnesota, and we have the solutions to bear to build a future in Minnesota where everyone has access to a safe place to live. And this bill takes important steps in a myriad of ways to do that, to build more homes, to preserve more homes, to provide stable housing for Minnesota renters. Members, I do want to respond to a few items that we've heard from the other side of the aisle. We heard a lot about the plight of landlords or housing providers. I don't doubt that some of those challenges are significant, but I want to, for a moment, help members put themselves in the shoes of rent payers in Minnesota. There are, right now in Minnesota, 150,000 renters who pay more than 50% of their income on their housing every month, at the first of the month. So please put yourself in their shoes. Imagine that. Imagine writing a check for 50, 60% of everything just to have that roof over your head. Everything else, paying for groceries for your families. Maybe your child has a student project that you have to go to Target and buy some supplies. I had to do that this week. Maybe you have an unforeseen medical bill or you miss a couple days of work. And of course, over the last year, during this pandemic, it's those Minnesotans that have been hit the hardest. The Minnesotans already paying over half of their income in their rent were most likely to lose their jobs and are most likely to still be behind on their rent. Those are the Minnesotans we're thinking about in this bill when we take steps to balance the relationship between landlords and renters. And it is a way to build a more fair and more just Minnesota. The other thing I want to comment on, we just heard from a member that said the sole issue affecting affordable housing is government and government regulations. And I do appreciate that when Representative Nash talked about this, he did mention that it's just one piece of the puzzle. But for many on the other side, it would seem, to me, the analogy that I draw, it's as if you bring your car in to the mechanic. It's got 4 blown out tires, the engine is shot, every window is broken, and your mechanic comes back and says, here, we fixed the air conditioning. Here's your car. You fixed it. Members, we have a significant challenge facing Minnesotans. The key investments that we're making in this bill are focused on the Minnesotans most in need. We are not going to solve this problem without making significant investments in housing. We need to be in yes and mode. Yes, we need to invest in public housing. Yes, we need to incent the private sector. Yes, we need to preserve our naturally occurring affordable housing. Yes, we need to look at some regulations. We need to be in yes and mode to meet this moment. And so that brings me to my close here. This bill includes $30 million in new investments in housing, and that is important. But I want to call out and remind you that is 0.3% of our entire state budget. Remember back in the beginning of my speech talking about the impacts of housing on education, on healthcare. Can we really say that 0.3% is going to meet the needs of our state when 500,000 Minnesotans can't afford their homes? And let's be clear, our budget here in the House is far better than that of the governor. It's light years better than that of the Senate. But as we look at this issue long term, I really want to challenge this body to understand that whether we're trying to address our racial disparities, improve student achievement, grow our economy, all roads lead back to home, and we need to do better. And so I'll close with just one more movie reference, this one a little more obscure. I don't know if any of y'all remember the movie Mr. Holland's Opus with Richard Dreyfuss. A few head nods. I'm probably dating myself a little bit. In that movie, Richard Dreyfuss is a music teacher, and his school is cutting the music department. And he's before the school board passionately making the case for his music department. And the school board chair kind of raises his hands and says, you know what, we're doing our best. And Richard Dreyfuss shouts back, well, your best isn't good enough. Members, I truly believe that this bill is our best work, but if we want to build a future where all Minnesotans have access to affordable housing, our best isn't good enough, not yet. Because there is no place like home, and we shouldn't settle until that dream is a reality for every Minnesotan. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The member from Stearns, Representative Tice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I want to thank Chair Hausman for her work on the committee, also for Representative Howard. We all have the same passion for housing. Sometimes it's in different areas, but we still have that passion. I want to thank you, and I also want to thank my team on the Housing Committee, Representatives Bliss, Heinrich, Farr, and Juergens. Thank you so much for your time, for your help, and for making this a priority for all of us. This bill does make some key investments, and I'm very grateful for those, but it misses the bigger picture and concerns with housing. Our housing costs are too high, and we have not built enough homes since the Great Depression. We lost many of our workforce who went to take other jobs and never came back, and our rising generations are going to have a harder time becoming homeowners. That will impact every corner of our lives. What is not in this bill is a glaring lack of policy designed to remove barriers and lower costs of housing for manufactured homes, new housing so our neighboring states do not benefit from our high costs, and for remodeling existing homes for rental or private use. We see long-term policy that creates wedges between folks, between our housing providers and tenants. We are seeing slower growth in Minnesota. Do you know why? We could lose a congressional seat over this. We need to create more housing, period, for communities like Roseau, who's trying to keep Polaris and DigiKey. Crookston needs housing for their administration and staff at the college. How many seniors do you think? We're trying to have natural occurring affordable housing. That means seniors need to move. But I'll tell you what, buying a patio home starts at like $250,000. That is incredible. I have been contacted by folks in my district and others stating that they are not finding folks to work and they do not have the housing they need to have them to be part of the community. We need to get government out of the way for housing to grow. Leases are private contractors in the state of Minnesota, and government rarely gets caught up in the middle of these transactions. Why now? We need to emphasize the opportunities to strengthen the relationships and see what is possible when all of us work together. People want to have options to create opportunities for themselves. We need to change that trajectory. We're going to spend time during the interim going through the governor's task force on housing, and by that I mean my team of GOP folks who are on the committee, and we're going to draft legislation that benefits our housing needs and industry. We need to do a deep dive into what is being done and what is not to stabilize our housing market. Right now, the hard costs of building a home have been triple plus. Oxboard alone is increasing $5 a week. We're seeing less growth in Minnesota than our surrounding states. It's time to hold our agencies, counties, and cities accountable for the added costs and to be focused on housing and people and families. And Leader Doubt, this is for you, because I need to talk about this because I love housing. In St. Cloud, this is something that I received from one of our realtors the end of March. New listings, 133 in February, which is a minus 16% change. Active listings, 132, which is down 60% from the year before. A month's supply, we have 0.80, which is a change of minus 62%. This is disgusting. Pending sales, 137, which was a 6% change. There is not the inventory out there. Right now we're looking at lumber prices, unprecedented spikes to more than $24,000 to the price of an average new single-family home. That is unbelievable. And yet we have bills and we're passing things without thinking about what the repercussions are on the housing market. I've gotten numerous emails from realtors concerning House File 718, which is authorizing cities to adopt certain pesticide control agencies, which include treating homes for termites and things like that. How are we supposed to fix things when we can't even use products to make sure that we're keeping the houses safe? And then we heard a little bit about the bill today. When we were talking about legacy, we had Chair Hansen's 1733, which basically takes SWCDs out of the Clean Water Fund. And you're asking, what has that got to do with anything? Well, what it has to do with is his plan to create more revenue is to add $25 for each warranty deed and mortgage transaction. Now, you might think that's not a lot of money, and in fact, one of the members of the committee said, I just closed a house, what's another 25 bucks? Well, I'll tell you what's another 25 bucks. We just refinanced our loan a year ago. The closing costs for just refinancing were $6,168.79. Now you're putting another 50 bucks on it because all of a sudden Chair Hansen decides he wants to take SWCDs out of the Clean Water Fund and finance it that way. Really, folks? His answer to this was, it costs money to own land in Minnesota. We have a ton of duplicate permit fees, and we haven't even talked about that, and yet we're saying it's not part of the problem. Then why does it cost $50,000 more to build a house on the east side of our state than it does in Minnesota? That is the problem, folks. We're not going to have affordable housing. We're not going to have rentals because people can't afford it. And then we want to say, you know what, I realize that for some people, they can't afford 50%, I mean, their money goes to 50% of their rent. What do you think it does to landlords when they don't have people paying their bill? How do they keep up with it? I told you before, where does all the money goes? It goes, lastly, to our housing providers. This is something we need to seriously look at. We need to look at what the costs are. We need to look at how the bills we pass affect housing. Because your first thought is it's not going to, and I'm going to tell you, yes, it does. And everybody should be concerned that Minnesota is growing slower than everybody else. That is an issue, folks. One we got to look at. When we start losing congressional districts, why aren't we looking at what's going on? And what's going on is we don't have enough folks building homes. We don't have enough folks willing to work. We don't have enough folks who are going to say, you know what, I'm going to go back to work. It's time now. We just don't have them. Housing should be the first thing we think about when we look at some of these legislations, but yet all I'm hearing is, oh, it's not really the problem. I'm telling you, yes, it is. I have been in this industry for 30 years. I was president of my Central Minnesota Home Builders. So was my husband. We had been involved for years and years and years. And these are things we've been talking about for years and years and years. I was president in 2009, and this is part of what our issue was. We're at what are we in now? 2021. That's a heck of a long time of doing nothing but saying it doesn't count. We need all housing. It doesn't matter. We need housing, period. And we need to start building it today. Thank you.
Further discussion. To the author of the bill, Representative Hausman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's late. Representative Howard summed up the bill's issues and the challenge so well that I will simply say thank you. First of all, to Mary Mullen and Chelsea Griffin in House Research, who worked diligently, to Ken Savory, our fiscal analyst, Blake Wilcox, our committee legislative assistant, Harry Miracle, our Republican researcher, Jennifer Nelson, our DFL researcher, Owen Worth, the committee administrator, and the members of the committee, many of them you heard from tonight, who have worked to get us ready for tonight's work. And finally, advocacy groups and individuals, hundreds of groups and thousands of individuals who have worked tirelessly for several years, and they never give up. They work hard, and they have been the best partners that I could possibly ever want. So thank you to everyone, and I look for your green vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. Those that are voting remotely, please vote. Will the clerk call the names of those members who haven't voted yet?
They have to call my name. Just a second.
Baker.
Baker votes no.
Baker, no. Berg.
Berg, aye.
Berg, aye. Davids.
Davids votes no.
Davids, no. Davney.
Dabney votes aye.
Davney, aye. Eklund.
Eklund, aye.
Eklund, aye. Fisher.
Fisher, aye.
Fisher, aye. Franzen.
Franzen, no.
Franzen, no. Grossel. Grossel.
Russell, no.
Grossel, no. Gruenhagen.
Gruenhagen, no.
Gruenhagen, no. Hassan.
Hassan, aye.
Hassan, aye. Hausman.
Hausman, aye.
Hausman, aye. Heinrich.
Heinrich, no.
Heinrich, no. Keel.
Keel, no.
Keel, no. Katiza Watun.
Katiza Watun, aye.
Katiza Watun, aye. Lillie. Lillie, aye. Lislegard.
Lislegard, aye.
Lislegard, aye. Mariani.
Mariani, aye.
Mariani, aye. Marquardt.
Marquardt, aye.
Marquardt, aye. Mason.
Mason, aye.
Mason, aye. McDonald.
McDonald, no.
McDonald, no. Pearson.
Pearson, no.
Pearson, no. Pryor.
Pryor, aye.
Pryor, aye. Sandell. Sandell. Sandsted.
Sandell, aye.
Sandell, aye. Sandsted.
Sandsted, aye.
Sandsted, aye. Sundin.
Sundin, aye.
Sundin, aye. Thompson.
Thompson, aye.
Thompson, aye. Wolgamott. Wolgamott, aye. Zhongjie.
Zhongjie, aye.
Zhongjie, aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
No.
There being 69 ayes and 62 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Without objection, we'll revert to messages from the Senate.
Message from the Senate. Madam Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following Senate file herewith transmitted. Senate file number 1098. Message is signed Cal R. Ludeman, Secretary of the Senate.
First reading Senate files.
First reading Senate file number 1098, an act relating to economic development, labor, and industry. Nor move that Senate file number 1098 and House file number 1342, now on the general register, be referred to the chief clerk for comparison.
Without objection, so ordered. Motions and resolutions. There are copies of the non-controversial motions at the House desk and online. If there is no objection, we will take action on these motions first. Hearing no objection, the motions prevail. Announcements. Representative Winkler.
Madam Speaker, just an announcement about the schedule tomorrow. Normally I might call it a roadmap or a preview or something like that, but I think given that there are 130 amendments filed for the two bills, we'll call it foreshadowing. We plan to come in at 9:30, break for caucus, and whatever else anybody needs to do during that time, and try to reconvene at about noon. And then we will take up the two budget bills and try to maintain our standard of adjourning by midnight. So it should be a full day. Representative Nash is very excited with his many amendments. And we are excited for those amendments. But that's what's coming up tomorrow.
Announcements. Representative Winkler.
Madam Speaker, I move that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 9:30 a.m. Friday, April 16th, 2021.
Representative Winkler moves that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 9:30 a.m. Friday, April 16th, 2021. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. Representative Winkler.
Madam Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
Representative Winkler moves that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. Aye. The motion prevails. The House stands adjourned until 9:30 Friday, April 16th, 2021.